Everyone, on behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop section of August 11th at 6:30. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Alford.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Council Vice President Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson is absent at this time. Councilman Khalik.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mendez is absent at this time. Councilman Omar.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
And Council President Mims.
I am here, Madam Clerk.
We have quorum.
So, Madam Clerk, our police items 37 through 43.
I'll just read the statement of compliance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act and JSA 10:4-6 et seq, adequate notice of the time and place was included in the annual meeting schedule adopted by council at its reorganization meeting held on July 1, 2026. Said notice was posted in the City Hall's bulletin boards, posted to the city's website, and transmitted to the official newspapers designated to receive such notices, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices.
Thank you. We have police items 37 through 43. We had our public safety meeting. Are we okay with all these items on consent, council members?
Nobody here from the police department?
Oh, what was that?
So,
Are we okay?
Council President,
Yes.
and I know Councilwoman has asked, as we are part of the Public Safety Committee, we did have a meeting. We met with Public Safety, Police, and Fire on the different items. But I do want to take this moment to give my condolences to our Public Safety Director, Spezial. His mother passed away yesterday suddenly. And this is why he is not here. So I just wanted to just put that on record, as it was a short notice. But if there's anyone that has any questions, we could definitely, defer over to our BA. And, we can then either answer whatever we can here. But most of these items, are authorizing second option year contracts and renewals of contracts that we already have, one for, police off-duty services, others are for first priority emergency vehicles. And so all of these items were discussed. Again, if any council member has any questions, please do so right now.
Regarding what, ma'am?
Police items, we want to put them on consent.
Which one?
Police items.
Oh, now, let me
37,
look.
38, 39, 40,
look on it.
41,
43.
42.
Are we okay with consent, council members?
Yes, I'm okay with
So
it.
37 through 43 consent.
We have
I got a question.
Councilwoman Cotton has a question.
I got a question.
No, I know that they had
Councilwoman Cotton.
they had a committee meeting on Friday, the
Take your truck.
24th. Right. Do you had a meeting after that again? Right. So I wasn't at that following meeting, so
No,
I'm not
because-
sure. Is anything on the fire department on here?
No.
Oh, they're all the police that we discussed it at the meeting on the before that.
Right, the one that you were not able to attend was the
Right.
fire one.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm fine.
Councilman Velez.
Through the chair, Mr. BA, I know, or Public Safety Chair. Number 40, I know we did this way back in 2016, when we purchased the new motorcycle, Harley Davidson. Are they going to take trading any of the motorcycle that we have now? Or are we going to donate those motorcycles? What are we going to do with them?
My apologies, I did not hear the question, and I know he's referring to the BA, but I didn't hear it.
Oh,
Asking, are they going to take training for the new motorcycles, and what are they going to do with the old ones?
because last time,
37 through
I know last time we purchased motorcycle,
43.
the Harley Davidson took the one that was in operating that time as a trade-in. I don't know if this case will be the same, or we're going to have 12 extra.
Councilman, I don't have the answer as I sit here, but I'll certainly make sure you know in advance of next week's vote.
Council President.
Council, Vice President?
Just quickly, Councilman Velez, just know that this is just right now a solicitation of bids, so we're not purchasing anything right now, so we just want to move forward with the solicitation of bids.
It's correct. Solicitation of bid, it has already a plan. It says purchase of 12 Harley Davidson motorcycles. So that means in that solicitation bid, there's a plan to purchase 12. My question is, when they come back, what are we going to do with the 12 that we have already on the street? Are Harley Davidsons going to be purchased? But that could be answered, Mr. B.A., before the next Tuesday. I just want to make, it would be good that we have 24 motorcycles. We got more guys out there, but if we only go to replace the one that we have, do that, we use them a lot, so.
Thank you. So, Mr. B.A., please provide that information. City Council, items 7 through 15 are all honoring individuals, and 53 and 54. Are we okay
Councilwoman.
with regular? Yes.
Going too fast.
She have a question.
Oh, Councilwoman Alford?
Yes, my question was on number 41. In the packet, I didn't see, and I could have just overlooked it. Did we go out to bid for these, for the chairs?
Yes.
And do we, in the packet, is there paperwork, documentation that shows where the other bids came in?
No, they didn't go out to bid on that one.
Okay. I was asking because of the actual price of the chairs.
In the packet, it was not, but we can make sure that you get it, but it was in the procurement and the solicitation of bids. It was there.
Okay.
So, Mr. B.A., can you make sure that we get that breakdown for Councilwoman Alford?
Yes, this may be a state contract or a co-op.
Okay.
But they still have the details. It's in the solicitation.
Yeah, we'll have that clarified.
Thank you.
And Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
to Councilwoman, as you may be aware, we do have a purchasing agent who is licensed, and he does all the procurement when the bids go out, and if it's a state contract or co-op, we tend to go with what's more affordable. But in terms of, you wanted to have the exact, you can specifically through the BA, get those specs. Okay.
Thank you. Item 7
Council
through
President.
Council President?
Sorry.
Yes.
For item 41, the quote is attached to the resolution.
It's in there?
Yes.
In the email. Councilwoman Alford, in the email, they said it's there. On the, in your laptop.
The quote is attached to the resolution.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, items 7 through 15 are all resolutions honoring individuals from the council members. All of these items, 7 through 15 and 53 and 54, can be on regular.
Which one?
I would say I would say that they can go on consent, but the council members will want them on regular. 7 through 15 and 53 and 54
Who want
on
it
regular.
regular?
On regular.
Who won it? Who wants it regular?
I think they should all go on consent.
I think Councilwoman Davila, and if you agree to go on consent, I will agree.
I don't have an issue with,
You don't,
I don't have an issue with consent. Or any that you would like on regular,
No,
Councilman?
I think that,
yeah, I want mine's a regular.
Council President.
What item is that?
7, 8, 9, 10,
I was on the special.
11.
Which item, Councilwoman Cotton?
Council President,
1 second. Item number 9, regular. Number 7 is consent, 8 is consent, 9 is regular,
9 is regular.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, consent,
But I think number 15
And
should be
53 and
regular.
54?
53,
15 should be regular.
53 and 54 are regular.
Council President.
And you could do 15 on regular,
Yeah, come on, wait, come on.
and 12 on regular.
Council President.
You have those, Madam Clerk? Because I want to do the presentation for the basketball.
Yes, we have it all.
Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, Council President, to the benefits of the audience and those in here present, this is our resolution honoring the Puerto Rican Week in the city of Paterson. So all those resolutions will go in consent, and then I will do my own red general statement when we go to vote on it. Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Items number 4 is an award of contract for fuel inspection of fuel tanks for the city of Paterson. This is something we do every year. Consent or regular? Consent.
Consent.
Number 4 is consent. Number 5 has been vetted through the process for laboratory services for testing of alcohol and drugs. Consent. The bids are on the last page of the resolution. It was an RFP, and it was scored. Yes. Consent or regular? Consent.
Council President.
Number 5.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Through the chair to Mr. BA, number 5, can you give me how much we spent last year in sending employees? I know they do it for initial employment. $70,000.
Could you please provide,
Can you give me a report for last year's expenditures? How many really we spent on sending new employees for new testing, drug testing, or whatever?
Yes.
Because if the amount of expenditure last year was, let's make believe, $30,000, why we contracted for 70 this year, right? So just to
I will, Councilman, just to know, this is a not-to-exceed number, so it's based on usage. So within the agreement, there's, it's not, we give them 70 grand, and they have to cover everyone.
So look at what I'm looking, all right?
I got you.
What I'm looking is that if I send one of my friends to get a drug testing because they allow them, to get a drug testing before going to work, especially when they go get a job for a private company driving, the test costs $120. So, how many employees we send a year that covers $70,000? So I want to know how much we spent last year, okay? And we compare apples with orange here to see where we could save some money down the road.
thank you, Councilman. Please provide that information. Item 6 is for the taxi cabs.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
With regard to item number 5, I don't know, I apologize if you guys have already went. This says pre-employment. What about current employees?
That's what it says. It's for current employees and pre-employment.
Okay, all right, so can we outline, like, who exactly, which employees is this for?
It's
Mr. BA.
both pre-testing and employees. It's within the resolution.
Yes, correct.
This is our go-to first source for pre-employment drug testing and as-needed drug testing.
Correct.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, what does that mean? What does as-needed drug testing mean?
There are circumstances that come up that require us to send active employees for drug testing, and that's what that would entail.
Can I get an example of what a circumstance might be? I mean, I'm asking the question because, I mean, obviously, this is a pressing matter, but what is that? What's an example of where can we hypothetically?
An employee, a supervisor observes questionable behavior by an employee that may or may not be an impairment of some sort. That could be grounds to, I mean, that's a hypothetical.
So if we're doing citywide drug testing, meaning that the Board of Health and we have other agencies that do HIV testing, drug test, why are we outsourcing something like this? And why couldn't we do this locally here within the Board of Health?
That's a great question. I'd be happy to look into it for the future.
For the future. So recently, there was an article in the newspaper where we had a Paterson firefighter, a non-residential Paterson firefighter, who had a 2-year-old in his possession that was that had contact with cocaine. So, I mean, there's obviously a bigger need. We should be, why aren't we pursuing having random drug testing of employees, especially those employees that are machine operators, firefighters? We have people that's coming from outside this community, and this is not the first time. This is a continued matter. Now we have a gentleman that's been incarcerated because he has his own child that was in his possession, a 2-year-old that came in contact with an illegal substance. So is this going to help cure that?
Mr. BA.
This will not impact or address off-duty conduct that occurs outside of Paterson, no.
off-duty conduct, listen, Mr. B.A., I'm not sure.
I'm answering your question. Will
I'm
that,
not
the
sure.
scenario, has nothing to do with what you just
Someone
described.
who has a cocaine addiction that has a 2-year-old child in their possession that they have to rush to the hospital,
Right.
that they then become incarcerated. Your gesture is that it's only an off-duty situation. We don't believe
question,
we don't believe that
Councilman.
this gentleman or persons who are going through these type of encounters are utilizing these type of drugs while they're driving heavy machine apparatuses, fire trucks throughout the community.
Your question, Councilman, was what that type of scenario, how does it play with this resolution? And I'm telling you it doesn't. That doesn't mean all those extra things you added that I did not say. But your question is whatever facts you stated and how that relates to the resolution before this council, and they're not connected. That doesn't mean what you're not talking about is not important, but it just is not related to your question.
So obviously, I mean, it depends on how important it is and who it's important to. See, I live here, people live here, and they have to deal with people who come from outside the city who have drug addiction issues that come here and then they get arrested and they don't wind up being penalized because they wind up going to some type of recovery situation. We've seen this happen time and time again, yet we still have people who are operating large-scale machinery that are putting the public's life in danger that have drug addiction issues. So if we're now going to be spending money to a third-party company to do something that we should, in fact, be able to do in-house, we have a health division that's going out allegedly, supposedly testing people for HIV. We can't do drug testing. We can't do drug screening within the city.
Should our employees test our own employees? That's a good question.
Conflict
I
of
don't know.
interest.
It's not a conflict of interest. It's not a conflict of interest at all. Any other agency you go to, if you go to a hospital, they don't send you out to somebody else to get a drug screening done. My mother's the head of nursing at Straight Now. You're going to tell me how medical organizations
Council President, can we oppose the
operate?
questions here, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have a
Listen,
second on the postal
we have
question?
a serious matter where we're talking about a man driving around the city, operating fire
Council
vehicle
President, we oppose
with
the
a
question.
drug
He has any
addiction,
issue with
and
this,
is not-
we got
this is not
a
important that the
personnel,
council-
we got a
the council
personnel
doesn't see
committee.
it
We got a
necessary to
personnel
address this
committee, you
matter?
could discuss any employee
Point.
personnel committee.
Point of order.
Thank you.
This item, Madam Clerk, we'll put it on regular so we can move forward. I want us to bring forth our youth. We've promised and committed that we will get them out early. This item will go on regular. At this time, we have a presentation to our undefeated 13-time championship Passaic County Science and Technology girls basketball team.
That's a great play.
What?
That was a great play. Let's bring up the kids that lives are in danger as these firemen are driving through the community on drugs.
Good evening,
On
Paterson.
cocaine.
Good
That's a
evening.
great
I want to
play.
call up.
Jackson.
So a month and a half ago, Councilman Omar, he recognized our girls basketball team from PCSST. Their undefeated 13-time championship. I openly declared and made a promise to them that we will do jackets. So I want to call up the council ladies who did it, Council Vice President Davila, Councilwoman Cotton, and myself, who held true to the promise, Coach D, and made this happen a couple of months ago. And so we have jackets, and as we call the name, if you come forward so everyone can see the jackets. The first jacket is Kay Cabrera, number 1 on the team. The second jacket is Davis, number 5 on the team. And if they'll go here. And you'll just stand. And just stand. Salado, number 4. Jimenez, number 3. A. Nelson, number 2. S. Williams, number 13. T. Stratford, number 12. T. Stratford, number 12. L. Artist, number 11. H. Rodriguez, number 10. Coach D. Coach Coley. Love you. Mwah. Mendez, 22. Brenson, 21. Argumedo, number 15. N. Coney, number 14. And T. Johnson, number 23. Hopefully we didn't miss anybody. If we did, they'll let us know. But I think we got everybody. No, so these we'll put in the bag and bring them back. We're gonna take a quick photo with everybody really quickly.
You like the way I set up balance?
I think he's.
Thank you so much. On the agenda, statutory agency, we've already went out to bid. These are the 3 items for the library steps in South Paterson, for the steps and the wall in South Paterson. We just approved the bid a month ago, and now we're here with the award of contract. And for the kiosks, the installation of the 24 self-service kiosks. Council members for 50, 51, and 52. All statutory agencies. These 50 and 51 are solicitation of bids, 52 is award of contract, 50 and 51 consent, 52 regular.
Council President.
The director has already represented. We just had these before us a month ago.
Okay, well, this is a workshop, Council President. Point of workshop is to
If you
allow the
call
directors-
for discussion, we can do that. You did not do that. If you want to call for discussion, we can do that. But we had a full discussion
course. We
last
need-
month. Okay, so if you want a discussion,
Yes.
sure. Councilman Jackson? Before Councilman Jackson, I want to say statutory agency did have a meeting. They had a meeting with the director, and I'll let Councilman Velez go first since he is the chair of statutory agency.
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair, Director, I noticed here a resolution authorizing solicitation bid for Dandruff Library. The other one is for South Paterson, South Side Branch, and the other one is for, okay, the kiosk on the Paterson Public. The one on 24 hours kiosk, that's the one for the 24 hours kiosk that you're talking about, self-service library kiosk. Are they going to the main library?
No, that's going to be at the Heritage Project.
Where?
The Heritage Project.
Heritage Project. And that goes also with the amount of the grant that you have for that particular project?
Yeah, that's grant funded.
So, in this case, I would like to see before next Tuesday, can you send us pictures? What were you planning to put in there?
It's in your email.
To put in the record?
Yeah, I
Yes?
sent it via email.
And the other ones too, the one for Southside Branch Library, can you get me a before and after picture?
The before? Okay, so
Yeah,
that's fine.
because you gotta repair the stairs and wall on
Yeah,
that
that's-
library,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I would like to see the conditions and then compare it when you finish.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Council
Councilman Jackson.
President. And they could call on consent.
Those requests weren't made in the statutory meeting
Yes.
for before and after photos?
Pardon?
Before and after photos, that wasn't a request made?
There's no before and after. There's before pictures, right?
Yeah.
But we haven't awarded the contract. We haven't done any work, so we can't get any after pictures.
So, Director, relative to the South Paterson branch, these are the main stairs that going into the second, actually the first floor.
So I guess the receding, the staircase right coming upstairs where that wall is crumbling. It's been crumbling for a couple of years now.
It's been quite some time we've been trying to,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So is this part of the, these funds are coming from where exactly?
These funds are coming from CDBG dollars.
The ones that was just
The one that was
reclaimed?
reappointed, yeah.
Yeah, very good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
3 of them consent?
Madam Clerk, items 50, 51, and 52 on consent. Thank you.
Regular,
Thank you.
50, 51, and 2 on...
regular.
Council President?
Yes.
I respect the move to stay in the regular, but we got the director here. If he got any other questions, we could do it in the workshop and clarify if anything that he want.
I understand that, but if any council person requests, it goes on regular, so we could keep it on regular, no problem.
All right.
We also have our Community Development Director here.
One quick-
Director Barbara McClendon.
Sorry, all 3 are regular, 50, 51, 52?
Yes, all 3 regular, Madam
Yes.
Clerk.
So,
Council President, if I may?
Director,
Council
Director,
President,
one
if I may?
second, Councilman Jackson. Director McClendon, if you'll come forward. We've had 2 meetings in community development. The attendance report was done. We discussed these items in thorough, items 16 and 17. Item number 16 with the subordination program that is in place, that is currently being utilized, which our director will be able to answer any questions in regards to that. And then on item 17, this is the technical service. As someone that is a part of community development, this is something that I requested some years ago to make sure that when it comes to our CDBG or any of our applications, when it comes to community development, that there is a technical assistant available for anyone that is trying to get a grant, anyone working on a grant, and that's what this is for. This is a continuation of that program, which I'm really glad that HUD has provided to the city of Paterson, which they do in other towns, and we need technical assistance because some of our not-for-profits are not fully aware of how to write grants or work on them. So I think this is a great program. Any questions or discussions, council members?
Discussion.
Councilman Jackson.
How you doing, Director? So just a quick note, I know it doesn't include this item here. The funds that was returned from CDBG that we're now utilizing for the library, what were those funds originally allocated for, and why the...
You have to turn your mic on,
Sorry.
Director.
They're originally allocated for the library. We asked the library to give us a letter to return them. After we did the bids for the road resurfacing, it came in lower. We gave them back the money.
So for just a point of clarity, the director just outlined that the wall has been in disarray. For years, he's been requesting additional funds for this wall that's been in dire need of repair.
And we've given him funds multiple times for that wall.
Okay, so are these the same funds that was then pulled back from them to do road
These were the
resurfacing?
funds from last year that were pulled back. We gave him funds 2 years prior.
So you gave them funds 2 years prior, you had to take them back,
We did, or we would lose them.
and now we're giving them back to them
We
again?
gave him what we gave him last year. 2 years ago, he got the same amount of money, actually got less, a little bit less. He asked for a little bit more this time.
So what was the reason that the work wasn't completed?
You would have to ask the director that.
There's no report or feedback
We
between...
ask for reports every
You're the
time
fund,
we
you're
get
the, you're,
funds.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, I apologize, go ahead.
We ask for progress reports every time we give a grant to someone. Every quarter, you must produce something. He was not able to do that. So we have a certain window that we need to either move or lose. So we chose to move.
Okay, so, so your department doesn't follow up with some of what the complications are, I mean, this is a one city, right? And our residents benefit from the failures and the successes of each department. The money gets funneled to your department, and there is a requirement, I'm assuming, for him to follow up with your department with reports and et cetera. I mean, from your standpoint, is because the way it's being projected is there was an irresponsible activity that took place. Is that what you're implying?
We've had multiple conversations with Director Fleming in the past regarding this. I sent over a booklet of all the correspondence that he and I had, meetings we set up in the mayor's office, out of the mayor's office, and we still did not move. I had no choice. As the steward of the federal funds, it is my responsibility not only to report to you nine, I must report to the people in Newark as well. And they said either move or lose. I chose to move.
Okay, that's fair enough, but I mean, at some point in time, ultimately the loser here is the community, right? And if there's a failure at some point where there's a department who may not necessarily be fluent in what the federal guidelines are, and if there's a shortage, I'm trying to figure out, maybe I'll wait and I'll ask the director what exactly was the shortage and why it didn't get accomplished.
On my staff's part. I can honestly tell you that. We have consultants. We sit down with our subrecipients to explain the process. There is a very small window with CDBG. You really only have 12 months to complete everything.
All right, so I'm not disputing that, Director, and I will say you've always been very diligent, but at a certain point, when you have a large number of entities that are their primary responsibility is to take care of the needs of our community, specifically our youth, right? We had the same issue with the YMCA. The YMCA supposedly or allegedly, according to rumors, they were irresponsible. There was multi-millions of dollars that had to get returned. From the Y standpoint, they've done everything in there that they were supposed to have done. Now we have an internal entity. This is the Paterson Library, our library, and we're just saying that, you know, it's their responsibility. If they're not responsible to handle it, we just got to take the money and move on. So ultimately, the ones who paid the biggest price are our kids that don't get to utilize the YMCA because for whatever reason we get the money, it's not utilized properly. However, and now, you know, the library that is having the same situation. And there's countless other examples I can give as well. I'm not going to harp on that. What I'm asking is, at what point in time do we require a reporting process so we can outline as a municipality, where are these shortfalls? Where are the deficits? So that we can make sure that these entities get the funds that they absolutely need that ultimately trickle down to the public's best interest.
Okay.
So, Director, 1 second. So, in the past, when this conversation was brought up, right, in this council, in front of the chamber, which is not here, so we're not going to go into a full debate or debacle. But when this was brought up, the emails that were sent to cover what you're saying were sent to all council members.
Yes.
So I am going to ask that you resend them to all council members so everyone can see. Yes, so that, especially for our new councilwoman, so she can see what happened when it comes to funds, the time frame, how many times the emails were sent, all of the dialogue that was done in regards to this, so that we did not lose the funds. That's why they chose to move forward. It was discussed in committee, came before the council for a vote, but please send that information. Once again, all council members received it, because you had this discussion before, but please resend it so everyone can be on the same page to see this information again.
Two statements, Councilman Jackson. For the library, the issue wasn't just that he got the money. It's the issue that he didn't procure correctly, because he got 3 pots of money. He got for the Totowa branch, he got for the South Paterson, he got for the main library. The Totowa branch was the smallest one, which should have been very easy to do. Not harping on him, but it's all in the email chain. He hired someone who was not a licensed contractor, that was not vetted through our program, and we could not reimburse him. So he asked in a letter, which I have a copy of that too, in the email, to send that money to South Paterson branch. So we had to do that again. We had to come back and ask permission for you to do that. We did that. We had conversations with Director Fleming, and he was hiring a consultant to do his plans. That took almost 6 months. At this point, we're emailing every week. What's going on? Can you tell us how? Can we help you? What can we do to assist you? Nothing. It turns out that he needed a lot more help, so he got John Frankel from the Historic Preservation Board to assist him, because the main library is historic. So that's fine. John Frankel decided, you know what, since it's a small project, I'll even help with the South Paterson. Don't worry about it. Just get him back his money, which we did. We came back and asked permission to give him back the money. All he needs now is to solicit his bids and hire somebody, and then we will take with our construction official on staff, because we don't use cities' construction officials, we use our own, and we will make sure the project is done. But it is not my office's job to hold your hand. Yes, we do need to guide you, but we have so many projects to do, we cannot sit and hold someone's hand. I'm sorry, we just can't. We ask for reports every quarter. Whether you're failing, then we meet, try to figure out how can we help you or assist you. Maybe we need to get you more guidance from someplace else, not just from us. Corey did not convey that to us. It took 3 years for me to document how I have been asking him and begging him, please spend this money. I don't want to take it from you, but I have no choice. Either I'm going to lose it, which the council is going to be all over me, or I'm going to give it to somebody that actually can use it right away, which happened to be the fire department. They seem to be the only agency that's able to spend right away, and that's who we decided to give the money to. Once we did the road resurfacing, it turns out it didn't come out as high as we expected, so we gave Corey back his money. We're still 2 months later, and we still have not even awarded a bid.
Councilwoman Alford.
I just wanted to reiterate a point that was made in a previous meeting. And this is a perfect example. I'm not on either side of who was right or who was wrong. It's really about now the effects of it. And this is why KPIs are important. Key performance indicators. Early in the game, it stops the bleeding before we get to this point, and we're bled out. So, it's just to reiterate why those KPIs are really important for the department directors, so that, as Councilman Jackson stated, so we can try to be as successful as possible, because when things don't work out, it doesn't necessarily not work out for us, it doesn't work out for community.
So we ask each project administrator to produce a QPR every quarter, whether it's just blank. You just have to submit it to tell us what you're doing so we can move forward in whatever direction we need to go in. We've never gotten one. We've had meetings, we're still moving. It's just on and on and on. But you'll get the emails.
So, Director,
Council
can you
President.
please, one second, Councilman Jackson, can you please, we're not discussing that item now, but can you please send that information out? I know the director is like waving, but we're not discussing that, and we're not going to allow a back and forth with directors in the face of the public. That information should be sent out to everyone, and then we'll move forward after that. But whatever information that needs to be discussed to our BA, you can do that outside of the council chambers, but we're discussing community development, not that particular item. That item is not even in front of us. We just finished that. We're on a different item right now. Thank you, Director.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
So, Director, you have a construction code official in your department.
He's not a code official. He's a construction inspector for my department.
Construction inspector.
For my department.
And I'm sure he's abreast to the requirements for the contractors to be licensed, certified, and whatever the case might be, right? So does that construction official aid in the projects that are being funded? Like, for example, if CDBG is funding a project that inside or outside, if it's within the city, for example, with the library, the fire department, or outside with NJCDC or an outside entity, if we know that this project has been funded, potentially it's been funded to be procured, and then after the services are rendered, the payment will be made. Because I recall that work in the total library was being done.
It was
so
being done.
So the construction official never went prior to.
We weren't even told it was started. We happened to drive by and see that the sidewalk was done. I know you don't want to keep talking about it, but that's what I remember.
Understood. All right, so
Thank you.
there's obviously a requirement for a deeper conversation, because this is not the first time this has happened. Money is being returned back to CDBG. We've been, since Joey was the mayor, we've been having issues with money that has not been allocated properly or returned back to the city, not utilized for what the intentions are for. There must be a glitch someplace along the lines that we need to repair so that these issues don't continue to
It
happen.
starts with the entity. I agree. It starts with the entity.
All right,
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna let that
These
rest.
items will be on regular, Madam Clerk. Health and Human Services,
Subordination?
both on regular.
Thank you.
Both regular. Both.
The entire agenda is regular.
Question for 17.
I'm making sure that the entire agenda is regular.
Director, Councilwoman has a question on 17.
I just wanted to understand better, when it says provide technical assistance not to exceed 100,000, is that technical assistance including program management, program support, reporting and compliance and things of that nature? Is that what that?
So what used to happen in the past, some of our non-for-profits were not able to apply or have their paperwork in place. So in other municipalities like Jersey City and others, they have a technical assistant. They allowed us to do it as well. So that's what this is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Health and Human Services. I have them. I got Mr. Freeman. I was waiting because... I got you, Mr. Freeman. Director, items 34 through 36.
Good evening, honorable members of the council. Item number 34 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to St. Joe's for our HIV PrEP program, which is state-funded. Number 35 is a resolution to amend our service providers' monies for the Ryan White program. As you know, we begin the year with an award, and then based on their services, then we amend that resolution to pay them based on the services they provided. All of the vendors that were used are attached to the resolution with the amounts and the changes.
Thank you. These are similar to what we do every single year. Haven't had any issues. This is for HIV prepping, HIV emergency relief programming, and the New Jersey State Council. I'm so grateful that...
This is the second year we got this grant.
I'm so grateful for this grant for our youth. Are there any questions on these three items?
I don't have a question on any.
Councilwoman Cotton.
I need to ask you a question, Director. As you know, everybody received that lead letter. And inside the letter, it stated that if you are not required to, if your house is not a rental property, that you are not required to have the tests done or whatever it is. My question is that for those, I think it's a $200 fee. For those people, is there any way that the city of Paterson can give paperwork to these residents that you are not required to get this lead inspection because you have a house that's a one-family house, or you have a house that is, wait a minute.
Owner-occupied.
Yeah, but my thing is that I know how the state of New Jersey is. 2 years down the road, they're going to come back to you and say, well, who told you that you didn't need to get this inspected? And you have nothing in your hands. Like, so I'm saying to you as director or to your department, is there anything you can give to the residents who are owner-occupied? Like, the state of New Jersey don't know they're owner-occupied. They just going by an address. They don't know who lives there. They don't have no idea who lives there. So what can we do to help these residents? Because I know what the state of New Jersey is going to do. 2 years later, they're going to come back and say, why you didn't do this, and hit them with a fine. So what can we do, Director?
So
Director?
They can contact the Division of Health or my office, and we will send them an email. They can provide us the narrative. I live in my home. It's a one-family home, you know, on owner-occupied, and I will have our chief REHS or our health officer reply to that email, so they will have it in writing that we will say your property is exempt. The letter specifies that, but if they want something in writing, we will send an email.
Yes.
Council President.
Thank you. Councilman?
I hear what you're saying, but 2 years later, 3 years later, I know how the state of New Jersey is. They would come back and say, you did not do this. That's all. I know they will. And then we're going to say, well, I was told by the Department of Health that if I'm owner-occupied, I don't have to. And then they'll say something like, can you show it to me in writing?
But they'll be able to prove if they live there. They'll have a PSE&G bill. They'll have their mortgage statement.
I'm talking about
to be
families, Director, 2 families, 3 families houses, where families are living in an entire house. That's what I mean, not one family.
So that's a question we can we can have offline, because even if it's a relative that lives in the house, if they pay you or contribute for an apartment, they're a tenant. So, you know, the state is going to want us to inspect that for the safety of the individuals living there and the safety of the individuals who visit there. Because you may not have a child living with you, but you may have a grandchild or a niece or nephew that visits. If they get lead poisoned in that unit, then it's going to be a different conversation.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson.
I got one more. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We have landlords here that had just had their property tested because they went into a Section 8 or they had to register their properties. Why do they have to do it again if, say, last year, I had to let people come out, they inspect the house. Why am I doing it again?
So real quickly, the re-rental inspection that we do as per our ordinance is different from this inspection, which is required by state law, which is a dust wipe inspection.
They had
the
a dust wipe.
re-rental cert is done with a machine.
No, they had a dust wipe. I believe they did.
I would have to look at that case because we do not do dust wipe inspections for re-rental.
All right.
This is the first time we are doing it, and it is because the state is mandating and
Okay.
forcing us to do it.
Right. Okay, so I understand you're saying if they have not done a dust wipe, then they have to do it again. They have to pay the
This
$200.
law, the letter that was sent out, we're being required, mandated by the state, and it must be dust wipe.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
And it has to do with lead, Director?
It has to do with lead, yes.
So why are we doubling down on the residents? If they're already being mandated by the state, why don't we consolidate effort? And that's the first question. They're having a mandated inspection by the state, right? And then we're going to turn right back around and hit them again for another fee on a re-rental to do the same thing that they just have an approval from the state.
That's something that the council can discuss, and if you would like to amend the ordinance, we would follow whatever the council decides.
Well, I mean, the
On the re-rental
administration should be recommending that. We should be taking care of our residents, that they're not being hit over the head. We're not just, robbing them. But anyway, why is it, can you explain to me why there's mandated that they come in and pay today, but the inspection that I've been getting calls that they're getting an inspection slip that says 2028 or 2029
We're
or something
correcting
like
that. That's a glitch in the system, the SDL system that we're using. So we have staff that are going in daily and changing those appointments and moving them up to a closer date.
A closer date, like within the next month
Within
or
the
so?
next month, 2 months, 3 months, it depends. Right now, we have over 1,500 applications in the queue that need to be processed. The compliance was within 30 days. That was the letter the state provided us to send out. So individuals have been complying, so they completed their application, made payment, so they're compliant in that portion. Now it is our job to get the inspection date. And
So
we're working towards
we
that.
we need to get a copy of that list because we only have 1,500
Right
out of
now, there's 1,500 in
25,000.
queue.
I'm sorry?
Right now, there are about 1,500 applications that were submitted online. That doesn't count the people that actually waited online and came to the Division of Health.
So there's potentially a little more, but 1,500 out of 20+ thousand,
The
25,000.
letters only went out to about 16,000 property owners. Not all of those properties are mandated because, as the councilman brought up, some of them are owner occupied.
No,
But it's up to the resident
I understand
has
that,
to
but
communicate that.
if you talk about the laws of percentages and averages, you sent out 16,000, and you're saying we
Letters.
only have 1,500 in the queue. Therefore, there's at least
Currently online,
currently online. Okay,
waiting for appointments.
So, Mr. BA, if I could get a report, updated report on those that have submitted, you can be by address, it has to be by name. But one other item, Director, and I saw, we have the subcode official here as well. 117 Fair Street. Mr. BA, Mr. Corporation Counsel, this is for you, Director. I'm sorry, Director. Okay, so I have a question for you. I don't know, you can sit down and get it from your seat or whatever. But this is, you've been very, very helpful, and I do appreciate it. You've put up a number of different families for us and paying for hotels and things of that nature. We have landlords that are delinquently violating the code. 117 Fair Street was shut down by the fire department. It was a woman that was electrocuted. The entire house vacated. These families have been forced to either stay there or pay for their own hotels. And on the one in North 4th Street that the fire department came to that was shut down for quite some time, that young lady spent 3 months sleeping in her car, sleeping in a house that was mandated to be vacated by the fire department. PSC&G shut the building down. What are we doing to protect these residents? Apparently there was, and I did speak with, I didn't put in the open request, I do apologize, but as a councilman, Mr. BA, I shouldn't have to put in an open request. I'm entitled to all material that has regard to the city. Any city business, I'm entitled to it. I should not have to put in an open request, especially when you have derelict landlords that's violating the public's best interest. We have people who are being evicted just so landlords can raise the raise the rents. So I'm very curious on what we're doing here. It's a public health condition. People are being put out in the street, and the health department is saying, that's not my, obligation to pay for that. The landlord's supposed to pay for that. Then the building department says, that's not my obligation. The landlord's supposed to pay for that. So who should I call when the landlord is derelict and they're not paying for these residents that's being evicted because of some action that the landlord had not taken? I mean, listen, when residents now have to turn to the Attorney General to address the concerns that they have from being, targeted by slumlords and being put out, their entire families. This woman, a single mom with 4 children, 3.5 months. When the landlord tells her, listen, I'm gonna give you 1 week to find an apartment and I might give you your security deposit back. What are we doing as a municipality from a public health standpoint, from a building department standpoint? I've given a number of different locations where people do illegal construction, they're slapped on the wrist, and we have residents that's just being abused. What are we doing to protect them?
So can we follow up with that information provided through
It's crickets.
the BA?
Council President.
So we can follow up with that, send that information out. Thank you so much.
Council President, with all due respect,
Thank you.
I've been speaking to the director about this over the last several months. The BA and we as a municipality, we're responsible for making sure our residents aren't being mistreated. So we're going to follow up, and I've been talking to the director for quite some time. While we have everybody in the room right now, Corporation Counsel is supposed to be protecting the people legally. The building department, sub-code department is supposed to be protecting their safety. The health department is supposed to be protecting their health. Where are we doing here? We don't have any concern when it comes to the residents being abused, I guess.
Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. There's something that triggered me a little bit, and I would like the parliamentarian that runs the office of the city clerk, our clerk, regarding the OPA request. Are we mandatory to also file OPA requests? Or is we go...
Councilman Velez.
Council President. Yeah, she could answer, because that's good for me to
He didn't
learn,
direct it to the clerk. He was talking to the BA. So if you want her to answer, he was saying to the BA. So
well, that question
Madam
should,
Clerk.
that
Madam
question
Clerk.
should be forwarded to the parliamentarian. And
Madam Clerk.
She run the Oprah request.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk.
No, council members are not required to submit Oprahs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I could ask for
DPW
everything.
Director, please. For DPW, we have items 44 through 49. And then we also have 56. Madam Chair, Councilwoman Cotton. Director,
Yes.
44.
It's a water contract, Ms. Only, for the UEZ road resurfacing, Ward 1. The bids are on the back of the reso.
For the first ward.
First ward?
Could you provide the streets? I know it's attached to the sheet, but can you openly, I know we've been advocating for these streets in the first ward. Can you openly state the streets that are getting done in the first ward?
Yeah, give me a minute.
Nice.
Director?
Yes, hold on. Should be here.
Wow.
I know it's an extensive list, but I want it to be
Yeah,
duly noted. We've been working hard for the first ward.
The
and I want
list
the
is
first
attached.
ward to hear the list. Because,
It's the whole list here, but it's not the, I believe it's Church Street, Van Houten, Washington Ave, Tyler Street,
yes.
Ann Street,
Yes.
Godwin Street,
Yes.
Oliver Street,
Yes.
Dell Ave.
There,
Thank you
hey.
so much. So,
First ward. First ward.
to the public who's been watching, and I know some of you are sitting here, it's on the agenda for the road resurfacing to award the contract. That means the next move is it's getting done. 44, any questions?
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
I've never seen a group of people celebrate for this is like our basic requirement to pave roads, and we clapping and celebrating. What's up? What's going on with Governor Street, Director?
It's on the agenda. It's on the agenda.
It's
It's on the agenda to be voted on tonight
Yes.
at 8 o'clock.
What's going on with Clinton Street?
Clinton Street for resurfacing. It's on,
It's on
it's
the
on the
state
list. I'll
list.
send you tomorrow what list is on.
It's on the state list.
Yes.
This was the first ward you just read off, right?
I'm sorry.
This was the first ward you just read off, right?
This is the first ward UEZ program.
UEZ.
Resurfacing.
UEZ.
Thank you. Council members?
President?
Yes.
Director, I see on the list some of the Second Ward Street. You know, when are they coming up?
I have to get back to you. I'm not sure when we're going to start that.
Okay, because we haven't, I don't think before this year, we haven't never done with UEZ funding, the roads resurfacing. So it is like a bonus to us. It's grant funding. I'll clap louder than ever for this, to get this money, free in a way, grant funding money, and get our street paved. Thank you.
I know that's right.
Council President.
Item 45, yes, Councilman Velez?
So I want to, the residents out there that are looking also to look into Mill Street, Morton Street, B Street also is in the list. We're going to move forward with that. I clap for the first ward because they desperate need it, and we are lobbying all of us to the first ward. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Item 45, Director.
Sorry, is 44 regular or consent?
Consent.
Regular.
Regular.
Let it be regular, because we need to boast to the first ward residents on what we've done for them.
Yes, correct.
Regular,
correct.
please.
We are team for the
45.
first.
Madam Clerk,
40
just as a provision, you can put every item on regular.
45.
Every item I'm requesting to be on regular.
No, it doesn't work like that. Just like you said,
Any
we're discussing.
council person that requests any item,
But we haven't discussed
every item
it.
will be on
45, you're not in charge. 45, Director.
Madam Clerk, I'm officially requesting through the chair.
It will get
that
done
every
as we go
item
through.
Is on regular.
Director, 45.
45, resolution authorizing the second and final option year of the contract for solid waste, starting January 1st through December 31st of next year, 2027.
That's the last contract.
That's the last of the renewal contracts,
Yes.
right? Okay. We know this is solid waste. Can you talk a little bit about the bulk process and why we can't include bulk in this particular item for this renewal?
This is the last option year, so we have to continue the contract the way it is, or else we have to go out to bid. At this time, we are out of time to go out to bid. We should have started that maybe sometime the later part of last year. But we already started for the new contract, going through scenarios, going back to the old way, doing 2 contracts, one for bulk, one for regular garbage, or staying with the way we're doing it right now. We're in discussions with our consultant right now, but that's where we're at with the garbage.
When does this contract end?
December 31st, 2027.
So if it's not approved and we vote it down, what happens?
We'll have to get emergency extension for the company we got now, and the council will have to, give us options of what you guys want to do.
Or the worst scenario, there will be no garbage pickup at all.
And you're going to see more
Correct?
garbage.
Okay.
There would be garbage pickup, but it'd be.
Thank you. This item will be on regular, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President.
Councilman Jackson.
So, Director, obviously we've been going through this back and forth. What is your estimated cost to the city if, in fact, we did have to add bulk to this contract?
10 million. Going by the old numbers, that when we first did this, about 200,000 a month.
$200,000
That
a
was
month.
that'd be 5 years ago now. So you're talking 20% a year, we're talking maybe 400,000.
So relative for $5 million additional. And so your department has been doing the work for bulk pickup since it's been excluded from this contract, correct?
Yes.
How much money has been put back into your department for the actual effort in collecting bulk?
They get paid.
How many more employees have you hired?
Our truck is
since-
staffed right now. Our bulk truck is staffed right now.
Okay. Since bulk pickup was placed on your shoulders to handle, how many more employees have you added to your department?
For bulk itself,
Period. in order to take care of the bulk?
Councilman, it's hard to say because it's a revolving door. We get people that come in, people that go out. It's hard to say that we never have a consistent number in DPW. It's some people get the experience, they go to places with the CDLs.
right.
Some people come in, don't like the pay, they go. It's a revolving door.
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
Yes, sir.
If your department was operating with 100 employees, and obviously you're going to have a return no matter what, whether you're doing bulk or not. It's just the nature of having employees. Every business has a revolving scenario where employees leave, whether through retirement, whether they find a better job. That's not common or uncommon for the workplace. But if you have 100 employees, now you're tasked to take on an additional responsibility that if you didn't do it, we have to pay an outside vendor additional money. Did you add a percentage of employees to your overall requirement to accommodate the bulk pickup?
Specifically for bulk, no, we didn't. Not last year in the budget, no.
So you maintained your same level of staffing, your same budget, your same, in fact, most of the work was done on overtime.
Most of this work is done on overtime, yes.
On overtime. And based on our last meeting, we saved, what was it, $4.7 million?
Overall, or through the whole contract?
And doing the bulk. When we had the consultant here, and the consultant laid it out for us, and we saved over $4 million.
That's over the life of the contract?
Doing the bulk.
Yes.
Have you been able to add onto your department to facilitate the bulk pickup in a better fashion?
Well, the plan is in the budget that's here tonight, but the openings that we have, if it gets approved, then we will have the manpower if the state sees it fit to hire the people that's in the budget to hire.
Council President.
So just so I'm clear, hire people, so you're adding on to the department specifically just to take care of the bulk pickup?
No, adding on to DPW to handle the Department of Public Works issues. Bulk is only a two-day-a-week function right now.
Citywide is only 2 days a week?
Saturday and Sunday.
But don't you think that that's part of the reason why there's such an outcry for bulk, where the residents are complaining that it's bulk all over the place?
No, I believe that could be it, but for us in the Department of Public Works, the biggest problem is not scheduling.
People not scheduling
Yes.
it? Okay, so if, all right, so the point I'm making is we're now moving to vote on this current item for the upcoming contract.
Yeah.
That does not include bulk.
Yes.
That obviously has saved the city a great deal of money, millions of dollars that have not been placed back into your department. How many more are we projecting to add to it so we don't have to go out for a bulk estimate in the future? How much more are we adding to your department so you can facilitate the bulk better?
To keep it the way it is now?
You said it's already in the...
I'm saying to keep it the way it is now.
It's already in the budget that you've already, the administration has already outlined to make your department more robust specifically, just so we can take care of the bulk pickup. Because if we're saving $4 million, even if we added $1.5 million to your department to add on to the department, I asked you first, how much it's been added on? And going through some of the budget hearing requests, I don't see much that was added on to your department. So as we're going over what we're talking about for garbage, specifically, bulk is an area where you can see an addition to your department. Has there been discussion on you adding to the department so we could take care of the bulk pickup?
No, not specifically, not just for bulk, no.
All right, very good.
Thank you. Councilman Velez, Council Vice President Davila.
Thank you, Council President.
This item will be on regular.
Thank you, Council President. To the Chair, Director.
Yes, sir.
I believe the bulk is run by the Recycling Division?
No.
No? Okay. So, since we started taking bulk in-house, have we purchased more trucks?
Yes.
Have we, I know we have increased the manpower, even that they do overtime to work that bulk, correct?
We've increased some manpower, not just specifically for bulk, like I said, but overall Department of Public Works, yes.
Can you agree with me in saying that the dumping that we see in the city of Paterson is not product of the people that does the bulk to pick up a house by house, and it's a product that people come from outside the city and dump in our city, and they don't do what they're supposed to do?
I would love to agree with you, Councilman, but I don't have the specifics on that. I don't know the court
Well,
cases.
I have
don't
some
know.
specific, you know, we have caught a lot of people from out of city coming here and dumping in the blind spot and the places that we don't have a lot of patrols or whatever, and they dump. We have proof that in court. We have proof that when residents send us plate numbers, that they're not even from the city of Paterson, that people comes to the city and dump, and everywhere they want to dump. And let me say this in loud and clear. If you go to Clifton, there's a road that hits Hazel Street in the back that goes, which one is it? Color Road. Go see how many bulk dumping they have in that road. This is getting crazy, not only in Paterson,
They have a lot of
it is everywhere, everywhere. There's a
everywhere.
cultural conduct,
Yeah.
okay, of people doing whatever they want. All right? Yeah, and let me say this loud and clear. DPW, okay, they bring the new garbage cans or whatever they were going to put out there. They went out and covered these garbage cans with plastic bags so people don't put garbage on it. You know what they're doing? Putting the garbage on top of the garbage can. Because it's a culture conduct. It's a culture conduct. And you know, and we see it out there. Council Director, I know you try to do your best to catch up with all this, and I think that we should move forward. Council President.
Council Vice President.
Thank you so much. So, Director,
Yes.
I heard something you said. You said that part of the problem is that people are not going in and signing up for the bulk pickup. I've gotten various constituents who have said that they've gone into the app and they have to wait till like September 20th.
Yeah,
for an
because
appointment.
we cut it off at 300 pickups a weekend.
So then I would probably not say that the problem is people are not signing up, because if I've had various people call me to say that they have to wait 6-7 weeks,
They'll schedule it, we'll pick it up. What he's talking about is the dumping on top of the bulk pickup. That's what I'm
no,
talking.
but I think I heard that the problem was that people were not signing up for bulk. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Because dumping, who signs up for picking up dumping?
Yeah, I had a constituent call me yesterday, yesterday, stating that she put in for August 29th, and her assignment was in July. So it depends. It's 300 pickups a weekend is a lot.
No, and I know that, and I know the work that you do. Do we have to do more and we have to do better? Absolutely. I'm not going to sit
Definitely.
here and think that everything is perfect, because it's
It's
not.
not.
The city continues to be dirty, filthy. You know, all of the garbage, I don't even know to call them garbage cans, but you know, the amount of money that we spent on them definitely was a bad idea.
Definitely.
But we have to, you know, live with what we've done, and we have to make it better. You okay? So, with that said, I just wanted to just clarify, because you made the statement when Councilman Jackson was referring to
It's not perfect.
bulk pickup. No, and I know that, and I know that, you know, I think the first thing that, you know, when I look at myself, I look at what's good, what's bad, what's in between, and what I can make better, right? So, you know, as the head of the department, I know that you have a struggle, and you've stated various, and you said it perfectly today. You know, it's a revolving door. You have people, you hire people, but what's interesting to me is that everyone applies to the position knowing their salary. And, you know, to then turn around and say, you know, oh, you know, but with that said, I just wanted the clarification in terms of you indicating that the problem is that people are not signing up. So I just heard loud and clear now, weekends, only weekends, 300 are capped. And, you know, like I said, I had various people indicate that they've tried to go on, and, you know, their first date of pickup is September 20th.
Yeah.
Councilman
President,
Cott.
Thank you. I just want to say to Director, even though this is a one-year contract, this is the last option
Yes.
for bulk pickup. And I just want to say, even in our committee meet, which was present was myself and Councilman Velez and Councilman Omar, bulk pickup, which I think that we knew when we did the contract that bulk was not in here. And let me just say to you, if you included bulk in this contract, which we can't because this is an option year that we're in, it's going to roughly be $10 million. Not counting, I'm throwing an extra 2.5 million in there. So I think that what's going to happen for us for next year, like, you know, maybe we can start now. I'll say starting October. You know, if we're going to go out to bid and we're going to do like we did before, we're going to have bulk in there and then we're going to have without bulk. So we're going to give back 2 separate contracts, two separate bids, one with bulk, one without bulk. And let me tell you out there, there's not many companies out there that wants to pick up bulk anymore. There's not many companies out there that's willing to pick up bulk, and the only one I know that's still out there is Roselli Suburban Waste. But for this now, we have some time to play with to figure out when we do go back out to bid, because we have to go back out to bid starting in October, November. We're going to go out to bid with bulk and without bulk. So
Thank you. Councilman
it's not going to be easy. Let me tell you, it's not going to be easy.
Councilman
Thank you,
Omar.
Council President. Director, when I first came on, it was 250, and I'm glad you guys have made it 300. Is there any way we can just, you know, Zone 3 is the, you know, this week is Zone 3, just put your bulk out? Can we just do it that way?
That's all going to be talked about with the consultant with the next garbage contract,
Okay.
how we do bulk. So we'll
Because
see how that
I
goes.
think it would solve your issue where you'd say, hey, they're putting it out without scheduling it, so just food for thought. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Chair.
Council President?
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you. So, I mean, I had to laugh because if we didn't waste so much money, millions of dollars on garbage cans that talk, that's going to send somebody an email. Yo, oh man, you can't make this stuff up. Garbage cans that's going to send somebody an email and a text message, and nobody's answering the text messages. Like, and we, the same people that's not just supported it, fought against me. I'm like, yo, what are we doing? They cheerled, cut ribbons, cracked champagne bottles against these cans, and now it's not, it was a bad idea. Are you freaking kidding me? Listen, already we're doing the public a disservice. Just the mere fact that we're talking about going out to bid for bulk pickup. The bid came in at $55 million, almost $12 to $14 million more than what we're paying now. We didn't add one dime to the director's staffing. I think we might have purchased 1 or 2 more trucks. Some of you might have remembered the director was out on vacation, or he was out sick, ill. Assistant Director Ojeda was here, and I asked him a simple question. You got any vacancies? Oh, no, we're fully full. Wait, no, we got plenty of vacancies, about 25, 30 people. So not only did we not add to the department, we have vacancies in that department. We did not allow the director to fill it. We're expecting him to pick up these behind the entire community. You can't do 300 a week in a community that got over 200,000 people, on top of people that's dumping, on top of people doing all these other things. I made a suggestion. Let's pay the residents for doing reporting. No, what did we do? We spent $100 million on 17 cameras that we still don't know what happened to them. Mm-hmm. We had the director from See, Click, Fix, or whatever that program is, who don't know anything about technology, Real Fix, that's traveling around with the mayor around the country talking about how he rids cities of homelessness, yet it's homeless overrunning the city. And this is the guy that brought the proposal forward that everybody else here supported and got upset with me because I said, I just asked a simple question. How much are we spending? and then give us the data, no reports, no anything. So then we're going to say it was a bad idea. After you done cut the ribbon, had the party, cracked the champagne bottles over these cans, got emails from the garbage cans. I'm the only one that, because I don't read my emails, so I don't get an email from the garbage cans. But these garbage cans stay full, and we won't even give the director more artillery to fight the battle. No, what do we want to do? We let it suffer so bad to the point we got to say we're going to go back out to bid for it. Don't let them hire more staff members, making sure that Paterson residents have an opportunity for employment. And this is what this council is doing. And we don't want to acknowledge our failures. As we spent $100 million on garbage cans that haven't sent out one email.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk,
Council President.
1 second. Madam Clerk,
Oh, man.
the DPW items will all go on regular. For rock salt, vegetative waste, Johnny on the spot to make sure there's restrooms in the parks. All those items will be on regular.
Council President.
I need to just make a statement.
Council President.
Councilman Velez and then Council Vice President Davila.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I understand the passion of my colleague, Mike Jackson. He's preaching old news. Preaching old news. We have a BA that just stepped in about a couple months ago, and he's working diligent with the directors to fulfill any position that we have out there, especially in DPW. So whatever he's saying, it was old news. It was in the past BA hands. We have a good communication with this BA in our committees, and we have a good communication so far with the director of DPW that he has fulfilling, and he's going to fulfill, moving forward with the new budget, all the necessary positions, and I believe it's off like 48.
Thank you so much.
Council President, please. So it's fair enough that when we talk or say something, we move forward what's coming ahead of us, and that's fair to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Davila.
Director, can you please come up? And the reason I want to, because, you know, when my colleague, Councilman Jackson, makes these statements, like the administration is not giving you what you need, right? Are you able to hire on your own?
Do I do my own interviews?
No, I didn't say interviews. Are you able to say, I have 5 positions, and you go through personnel, put it out, and you're able to hire?
I have to send a waiver. I have to send a 380 to the BA, which sends to the state, and the state approves whoever I get to hire.
Okay, and the reason I asked that is exactly the reason why. When you're being, today we heard, oh, and they're not allowing you, they're not giving you what you need. The city is ran, and we receive transitional aid. So we cannot just hire and say, I mean, I've been fighting since I got here. We need over 150 new officers, and we can't get it because there is a process. We, unfortunately, our budget can't sustain it, and therefore we have to go through a process to get signatures, 380s, to then be submitted. DCA then has to sign off on it, and then the approval. So when we say here that we're not, because it makes it seem like the administration is stopping people from being hired, that's not necessarily true. So I just wanted to ask you that, because you didn't say that, right? Because I think that if somebody says that, you can come back and say, I'm not able to hire on my own. I have to submit a request. It has to be approved. A 380 has to be formed, right? Then it goes to DCA.
Yeah, that's the process, yes, definitely.
Okay.
So,
Thank you
let me, before anybody else asks to speak, we have 12 people from the public that are waiting to speak. Once a council person makes a comment, then another council person takes a jab back, another one responds back with another jab, then the council person that you took the jab at is going to respond. The public has to speak. We've heard the items, we get it, everything that all of you have stated. I would like us to move forward. We have 13 people here in the public.
Council President.
1 second, Councilman Jackson. We have 13 people here to speak in the public. We also have our payment of bills, Madam Clerk. Right after Councilman Jackson, We're going to go right into payment of bills, and we're going to open up public portion so we can go into our special meeting. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. Only because Councilwoman Davila called me by name. I didn't call her by name. I didn't say anything. I said, you know, everybody who cut ribbons and hit champagne bottles. Anyway, first of all, that's an absolute lie. Let me tell the public, that's a lie. We have an MOU, but how many times you see the mayor pop up, all of a sudden he got a new employee, a new staff member? The mayor can hire whoever. We have a TO, a table of organization. That TO is what we function under. When the assistant director Ojeda came here and said that that department's short 30-plus people, that's because the table of organization requires, for a city of our size, this is how many employees are required to run this department. You could check every single department in the entire city, and they're all short. They're all short. The library asking to hire people, and everybody who's over that that's the mayor's office, that's the administration that cut these departments so they can spend money other places, so they can make poor decisions like buying $4 million garbage cans, so they can spend $1.7 million on 17 cameras. All poor decisions. All poor decisions. That now, oh, I guess that was a bad idea. Yet and still, we're getting ready to go back out. We had to request $70 million for the other mishap that we did to allowing the state to take over our health. We never did an audit on how many occurrences we had over the year. This council is irresponsible. That's just it. When it talks about the spending of the city, it is this council's responsibility to be a steward of spending. And this council hasn't done its job. I'm the only one. I sent the BA a request 2 weeks ago for a report on the sewer connection collection fees. Mr. Dave Gilmore, who was ousted illegally, who was fired, this council sat on his hands, allowed it to happen. The most responsible director in the community, holding people accountable. Not only was he fired, he turned around and sued us for $1 million and cracked who? The taxpayers over the head. On irresponsible directors, what did we do? We hired that same director back, and we're celebrating his return. It's like a domestic violence victim celebrating the return of their abuser. It's like the Pilgrims, it's like the Native Americans celebrating what happened on Plymouth Rock.
Thank you.
This is absolutely ridiculous. And then you got people talking about director. So you can't, it's the mayor's office, the BA is the signing authority. If the director puts in a request for a staff member to be hired and they're not hired, that's on the administration. Stop blaming it on DCA. DCA is not getting in the way of what we can hire to operate our city that's under our TO.
Madam Clerk, payment of bills, please. Payment of bills.
Take my glasses off. Okay, council members, we have in front of us the summary of disbursements. Okay, this is two payment of bills put together, two payrolls. In addition, in the payroll, we have the retros that are included in there. That's why you see the $14,155,911.99. You have the computer checks, which is $60,556,029.29. If you see, there's two Board of Education payments of $13,417,455.84. We've also paid the county taxes of $17,544,270.95. The general government is $15,730,847.89, and that is the payment for the state's health benefits, right? And then you have the obvious, the public safety, public works, economic development, and so forth. But those are the biggest items. The total, like I said, in computerized checks is $60,556,029.29. Payroll, two payrolls, $14,155,911.99, making that a total of $74,711,941.28. My motion is for payment of bills.
Second, discussion.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Zavala, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion. Councilman Velez?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. BA.
The majority of this.
I know that we don't have Mr. Javier Silva tonight here.
Yeah, why not? He's supposed to be here. Quiet.
He's on vacation.
He's on vacation.
So they gotta have somebody in his place. It's
But I got the
required.
BA.
The BA is here. Councilman Velez, the BA
Thank
is
you.
here.
Thank you. Mr. BA, I know last month we approved the contract for the communication room, that unit, I believe, right? That was the one that we ratified last meeting. Can you get me, before next Tuesday, when are they going to pay the retro and all that stuff to their membership
Which contract?
for the communication room? The
Dispatchers.
communication, yeah, correct.
The dispatch unit is out of contracts in June of 2024.
Correct.
I'm working with the Teamsters to try to get something to DCA for their approval.
So which one we approved last month?
That was the
Okay.
white collar union.
So we still pending on the communication room?
Yes, the dispatcher's communication and the legal department are two contracts that are currently expired. So that one was the longest expired white collar, so I tackled that first, and I'm working through the other ones.
Correct. And as I say, you inherit this kind of negotiation on the table, so I know you're going to do good for them. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Mr. BA, can you point out the payment that we, because I can't help but notice the number of $74 million being very close to or equivalent to what the state has just provided to us. Has that check been given to this city?
No.
To the state yet? No.
No. The council first has to adopt the MOU, which will be it'll be on the agenda for September, and then they'll release 75% of our allocation at that time.
Is there a payment in this payment of bills that to repay the money that was borrowed?
The TAN, the temporary, the tax anticipation note from earlier this year?
Correct.
No, because we have two repayment options. One is at the end of October, or we have the ability to defer it to March of 27. So that decision will be made in the coming months.
March of 27.
March of 27. It's structured that way. We can call it early in October, November. Don't quote me, I don't have it in front of me. Or the natural maturity of the borrowing is in March of 27.
And then what's the anticipated interest on it for deferring to the following year?
If we repay it back this year, October, November, whatever date that is, it's $2 million. If we defer into March, it's $3 million. So it's accounted for in this budget, but depending on how the cash flow goes through the year, we reserve the right to move the...
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I thought the sales pitch at that time was, we're borrowing this money because we don't know what our TA is going to be. No, absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
No, that was not the pitch.
We couldn't anticipate what the TA was, so we were waiting on TA, and the pitch to the council was that we needed to borrow this to carry us. Now we're talking about carrying it for an additional year for another million or so dollars.
You asked a question, I answered factually with what the two options are. I'm not saying what is or isn't happening. You asked a question, I answered, those are the two options, that's the loan structure that was procured by our financial advisor.
So I never asked you what the loan structure was. I never asked you what the loan structure was.
You asked me about the interest. That is exactly that question.
Was there a payment in here?
No.
You said no, and then you went on to elaborate that the loan provisions had something outlined that allowed us to defer payment. When we made this agreement, the council made this agreement, it wasn't to defer payment.
All of this was very clearly said to the council and written to the council. So everything I just said is in your email. It's in the virtual meeting that's on YouTube. I'm not adding anything.
Yeah, Mr. BA, I get it, right? You feel as if, whether you feel offended or not about me asking you questions,
Not
when
at
I'm
all.
asking you questions, it's not about me per se. This is about the public.
Correct.
So you sitting here as the BA of the city of Paterson and say, I'm not answering that, I'm not adding to that. I'm asking you a specific question. I'm not asking you to tell me that it's on YouTube, I can go look it up, or it's within every email. The general public doesn't have access to my email.
Councilman,
I'm asking you a question.
You made a statement that this was not told to the council, that there was a March deferral into the future year. You made that statement, and it's not a factual statement. So I have an obligation to state what factually happened on that point. That's just,
But you did not.
That's fair.
But you did not. You deferred me to go look through an email or look at a YouTube video.
No,
you didn't answer you didn't answer the question of what I asked.
I'm telling
you
you.
told me you
no.
told me I could go watch a YouTube video, and you said you're not answering to that anymore.
No, I'm stating that the council was informed of that because your statement was they weren't, and I gave you 2 sources to go to confirm my statement. That's what I did.
So again, check this out. I'm a member of the council. I'm a part of the voting body.
Correct.
So I'm a person that has to be spoken to with regard to whether or not this item should have been paid when we agreed, or if it was going to be a deferment. I understand all contracts, there's a potential deferment or possibility if we did not get the funding that we were projecting to get or targeting. But since we now understand what our TA is, I'm asking you clearly, let me rephrase the question. Is it our intention to repay that loan the moment the TA touches down?
No. Because there's no need to. It matures in March of 27, and there's a call option before that.
There's no need to that then cost the taxpayers an additional $1 million. What responsible person? You go out, get a loan because you don't currently have the money.
I would like to pay back this year, yes.
Mr. BA,
Okay.
please, if you will, allow me to finish. I don't speak over top of you. We as a municipality, we don't have the money, so they pitch to us, we have to borrow this money, we have to pay interest on this money because we don't have the money. The state then comes and provides us with the money that we're looking for. We get a miracle bailout. And then he says, we're not going to pay the loan back. Despite the fact that the state has given us the money, we're going to defer and then charge back the taxpayers an additional $1 million.
Councilman, with all due respect, your question to me just was, as soon as the TA arrives, will you pay back the loan? And the answer is no to that question. The answer is no to that question. That check may arrive September 15th. We may have a call option on this loan. Again, I don't have it in front of me. It could be October 30th. At that time, I'd love to get it off the books this year, yes. But your direct question was, when the TA money arrives from the state, will we take that money and flip it back over to cover the loan? And my answer is no, because that is not the prudent move for our budget.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. BA. Councilwoman Cotton.
My understanding, Mr. BA, is that when we did ask for the $70 million, it was because my understanding was because the tax bills were going out late. They were going out late, and we would not have a flow of money coming in to make our payments. Because at that time, we would not know how much the transitional aid would have been.
Correct.
I think the tax bills for May, it would have been May, that might have went out late. So we was extended. So it was not based on what we got from, the 70 million was not based on transitional aid. It was based on the late tax going out, late bills, and I always remind our council colleagues, people know your tax bill comes out February, May, August, November. So people actually look for those months to make their property tax bill. So it wasn't based on traditional aid.
If I could just add to that, Councilwoman, the issue is we are on a calendar budget year and the state is on a fiscal budget year, right? We start our calendar January 1. We have large expenses. We have a $30-something million pension payment in April, due April 1st. We have our county or school obligations, right? A lot of, and you'll see this in the presentation, between transitional aid and energy receipts, which every town gets depending on your population, about $100 million of our revenue does not arrive until late in the third quarter of our budget year. Yet we have front-loaded expenses. So, I mean, you know, it was, you know, mocked when I said it, but it is a math problem. Our expenses and revenues for the 12 months, they even out. Everything balances. But we have expenses in the beginning of the year that relies on cash that comes in quarter 3. And that's why we borrowed the money, and we intend on getting it off our books this year. Thank you.
Council President, if I may very quickly.
And right after this, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, that's fine. So, Mr. B.A., and I'll give you a tad bit of credit because you were not here when this happened, but the CFO, who should have someone, we have plenty of other people that have, in the past, when Senator Poe, Congresswoman Poe was the BA, of course, she knew every answer. She knew every answer, but there was always a representative, which is required by statute. There's a representative from the finance department is supposed to be here. You know, Ms. Long boxed Lydia in and placed her in some place where she can't come to these meetings. That's not the council's responsibility. By statute, that seat is required to be filled. You don't have this. You don't have the expertise or the wherewithal to answer the council's questions when it comes to its financial responsibilities. You may be the signing authority, but that seat is required to be filled. That's the first thing. Secondly, your point in the fact of whether or not you guys have bills that's coming in, that's the whole reason why the council shifted, because this administration requested for us to shift from a calendar year, or from a fiscal year to a calendar year. And that was supposed to mitigate the problem. But because he is incompetent and cannot do his job, he's hiring people and paying rates of well over $700,000 a year for people to come in here and do what he cannot do. If I'm wrong, then you should give the reports that I request and send them forward, right? Now, we moved to a fiscal year or calendar year specifically so we would mitigate that problem. Now you're saying that problem still exists. So what's the issue? What's the issue? Either somebody isn't financially responsible, or they don't know what they're doing, or something. But the council has been asked to move from a fiscal year to a calendar year to mitigate that problem. That's not our issue. You guys should be presenting us with the budget in a fair amount of time, and if that requires to pay a loan back before it has to go into an additional $1 million as a burden on the taxpayers, we should be paying that prudently. We should not be pushing that down the line for another $1 million. Those millions of dollars, they add up. And that irresponsible spending is the reason why we had to send a $78 million request to the state.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Alford. This is roll call to adopt the payment of bills.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
She has to recuse herself.
I can't hear you. Recusing. Vice President Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
To the members of the public, if I know that everyone enjoys celebrations and everyone enjoys ribbon cuttings, this is the council's main job, to be fiscally responsible, to bring forward a budget that's going to render the services, to fill departments, to make sure departments are filled. This is not getting done. And this is part of the reason why I've consistently voted no, and I'm going to continue to do so, because this is not responsible spending. What we're doing is allowing them to have run away with a blank check, and you see what we're getting. We're not getting anything for it. But over expenditures, requests for this was a miracle. This mayor had COVID money, he had tax credits, ERG credits, all kinds of money. And then he gets lucky and the governor gives him $70+ million. And we're still going to have the same issues. So absolutely not, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Bier, actually, I am very disappointed at our CFO. Today is, I think, one of the most important meetings. We're going to introduce the budget, and he is not here. I know, but he's part of this payment of bill as well. He should have been sitting in the chair. He should have made his vacation schedule according to our city council meeting as well. I am very disappointed. At the same time, we have to, with the payment of bills, I don't have any issue. The employees got to get paid. The vendors got to get paid. My vote is yes.
Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes for payment of bills, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
To the members of the public, in front of us, we have a disbursement, summary disbursement responsibility that the city have in front of us, in front of you, that pay our bills. So that's why we do appropriation, emergency appropriation, to move forward the city. We voted for that to keep the city moving forward. This is our responsibility. And to the others, you know, I don't know if May sent a message, but that's why the mayor got reelected. I don't know. I guess he's doing a great job and trying to convince that we're moving the city forward. People are going to agree, others are not going to agree, but people see the track record of the city where it was before and where we are now. So we're moving the city forward. Payment of bills for me is yes.
Thank you. President Mims?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. When bills are rendered, they need to be paid. My vote is yes.
Thank you. This item passes.
Madam Clerk, we have 13 speakers, well, 14 speakers for public portion. Public portion is now open. Each speaker has 3 minutes only. I'm asking for respect, as we do on this side of the dais, on that side as well. Madam Clerk, first speaker.
We have Lorraine Collins.
Okay, I'm going to read this before I go into what I have to say. The best way to overcome anything is to expose it. Anything hidden has power over us. But once it is brought into the light, it can be dealt with and overcome. Amen. Good afternoon, everybody. From my encounter at the door with Omar tonight, it appears City Hall has switched to a new tactic of deception. In any case, I want to thank each of you, because since 2023, y'all have been trying to ruin and bury me. But in actuality, what you have done is given me the dirt I needed to grow. It's not often people completely demolish their own lives to allow another one to flourish. So sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you for your conspiracy to try and ruin my life. My name is Lorraine Collins, AKA Coach Clary, and you know what this is about.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, we have Brother RC signed up. I would just ask that you please state your first and last name for the record.
3 minutes? All right. Brother RC from Paterson. I wish I had more time. I did ask for more time, but I get it. I don't know which one to start with, so I'm going to try to get through this as quick as possible. The one thing I realized, I read the resolution. It talks about tanks, but it never says how many tanks that they go into service at 60,000. And then I see up top about some of the people that need assistance when it comes to HIV and stuff like that, and it says $30,000. So now, is that for the people only in the city of Paterson, or are we taking outsiders that's a part of you know, what's going on? My time is of the essence. So I was doing a little research, and my heart is in a perspective now where if there's, you know, adults or young people that are thinking about, you know, taking their lives, that they really seek help, because we're living in a time where, you know, of course the enemy is busy and people are being challenged, you know what, and it's really unfortunate, you know. So If you need help, please, by all means, go and, talk to someone about it. Let me try to get through this. Definitely got to give a shout out to the people that I'm connected with. That's Brother Jordan, Service Heart, Goldfar, NCS, Man K Band of Brothers. I take my hat off to all of the young people that was here, and I wish they was here when I was, getting ready to, share this information. But also take my hat off to the young people that's working in the city of Paterson at these parks where it's really hot, so I really, want to pay homage to them, you know what I'm saying? And another thing, too, I don't know what could be done, but I think we need to probably get our own garbage trucks, and maybe that'll help with some of the bulk stuff maybe down the road. I know y'all know about this, this whole East Side Park bathroom thing, man, and the porta potties, and I think about a senior or somebody's baby, maybe they, got an upset stomach or something like that. I mean, it just needs to be done. I mean, talking about it is like irrelevant because if they even got a function going on up there, I'm like, you know what? I'm not that motivated to go. I don't know what could be done about some of these bodegas or stores, charging people for bags because it seems like the prices keep going up and up and up. And I see someone in the store and they got like, let's say 2 juices and might not have money for a bag and people, you know what I mean? So I don't know what could be implemented, but I'm thinking about seniors or, somebody's child going to the store and it's like, it seems like every time I go, it's like, hey, it started out at 10 cents, it's 25 cents, whatever the case may be. So I thank God for all of those, who praying and doing the best that they can. And, I was going to talk a little bit about, make it make sense, Mr. and Mrs. Make it make sense. Last time I talked about Mr. and Mrs. community. You know what I mean? And the bottom line is that, when you look at what's going on and so many lives and so many people, people just, they're just, carrying a heavy load. And they want to do more, and they want to see more, and that's the one thing that's so aggravating. I wish I had more time, but listen, I'm proud of all of you, and I believe you're trying to do the best that you could do with what you got, but it's really unfortunate, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, we have Lillian Orbe.
Good evening. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Lilian Del Orbe, de 467 Junior Avenue.
Del Orbe, okay.
467 Junior Avenue, Guarionelli Cobar.
Yeah.
So she just wants to know about a resolution for item 22 and 23. Since she has a resolution addressing the renewal of her dance.
Can you come to the mic? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. So she just came today since she wants to know a resolution for item 22 as well as 23. She just wants to know about the renewal of her dance hall license as well as for the entertainment show.
We're going to bring her up later.
No? Okay.
We're going to bring her up later.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. We have it. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
A. Robertson. A.
Miss, she's coming.
The letter A. Okay.
Miss Annette, she's coming.
Good evening. Okay, so the question would be, with all the overdevelopment or additional development, how are we upgrading our infrastructure specific to rain drains and sewer capacity to support all of the new construction? With additional kitchens and bathrooms being built into these new dwellings, we will be using old sewer and main drains that were not being taxed with the same capacity. So could you help me understand what the plan is for sustainability so that we don't have additional water line breaks? Secondly, someone made mention that there was over 2,000 residents in the city of Paterson this evening. I would like to know, is it public knowledge to ask the question, how many of those residents are on subsidies? And we're talking about the lead and lead inspection and fees for lead inspection simultaneously. Some of this stuff needs to be brought up beforehand. We just can't have a summer and all of a sudden there's a drop of a letter that idealistically we're talking about now we want to do lead inspection. The other concern is, again, with the overdevelopment, giving the land back to those who robbed us once before. The parking on corners, making constituents responsible, again, for what we have allowed the zoning department to happen in this city. We got to look at it. Belmont Ave on Friday have never flooded. Belmont Ave flooded. Are our sewers being clean? We need to do better. Look at this here. You guys are councils. You are responsible for your wards. What I see, I'm sure that you see. So if we're going to come down here and spend hours before we are being heard, please, then don't have us reporting. Do your self-reporting. This is emotionally draining to sit down here. We're tired. I'm tired. It's not fair to us. None of what's going on. There's others, concerns. We're giving the property up to people who are, gentrification, who are not part of Paterson, who are coming from afar. As soon as they get that bid to get that property, they're up there digging up, and it's crazy because what's happening on North 9th Street, the leftover debris from, a property being, being fixed up for renters to come in, about 24, 30-something North 9th Street. Soon as he got the okay from the zoning board, he was up there with a tractor trailer cutting down trees, and guess what? He's not even out there. So
Thank you, Ms. Roberson.
to do with permits.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
We have Joel Keys Jr.
Good evening.
Testing. All right, I have my script. As y'all know, I always have a script prepared, but instead, the people who were supposed to present this to Dave Gilmore, they wasn't able to show up tonight, so I'm gonna present it for Dave, and I'm gonna say this, go extemporaneously, but this is what I've been thinking about recently, and it applies perfectly. So I was sitting in here for about a half an hour, and I didn't notice replacing Malcolm X with that symbol of tyranny. And initially I said, oh, blasphemy. But then I thought about it, I said, nah, that's appropriate. Malcolm X don't belong in here for what goes on in here. Criminal corruption. That is more fitting for what goes on in here. Now, related to that, Mahmoud Raouf, the NBA player, he refused to stand for he was going in the locker room. He did it for a while, nobody noticed it. Then when they noticed it, they made him come out, and then he was standing in his Muslim prayer formation, doing the plan of that. Then they interviewed him, and he said, that's a symbol of tyranny, and it is, because the system, this is an empire. An empire, your politics are imperialism. Okay, but the last 500 years is European imperialism. Then you automatically have European colonialism. Those are old systems, but they still are in effect today. So that brother, the NBA owners, they unified to protect that symbol of tyranny and those systems, and went against that brother who was speaking up for justice, against the injustice. They fired him. Next, Colin Kaepernick, NFL, kneeling, protesting police brutality. The NFL owners supporting that symbol of tyranny, those systems of empire. They fired that black man. Let me point out that, both of them African American. Then most recently, Ryan Clark on ESPN, speaking against systemic oppression, systemic racism. The owners of ESPN supporting that symbol of tyranny. Those systems that they make their money off of. They fired that black man, Dave Gilmore. Those brothers stood on ethics, principles, values. Dave Gilmore doing his job, not selling out, standing on ethics, values, principles. They fired him. And Dr. Leonard Jeffries come to mind because Dr. Leonard Jeffries was a tenured professor of African American studies. They said, we got to get rid of this guy. We know if we fire him, that's going to be against the law. He's going to win a lawsuit. We don't care. We got to get rid of him. Same thing with Dave Gilmore. They knew it was going to be a lawsuit. They didn't care. They had to get rid of him. They took the loss.
Thank you so much.
$700,000 I present to Dave Gilmore.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Deborah Hannibal.
Ms. Deborah Hannibal. We know. Ms. Deborah Hannibal.
Good evening, Council, Council President.
Good evening.
Good
Ms.
evening,
Hannibal.
Madam Clerk, to the administration, good evening. I am Deborah Hannibal. I'm a resident and taxpayer in the city of Paterson. And to ensure that I don't go over my time, I'm just going to lead with some bullet points. I was also disappointed, Councilman Kalik, that the CFO was not here this evening for the budget presentation. That should be his opening night. That's his big night. And that speaks volumes that he's not willing to show up and support his work. He won't stand behind it. There was one evening that I was not here in the chambers, and there was a discussion about an invoice that was presented by an independent contractor, but the language being tossed around was kind of indicating that the person was an employee. They're not the same. So if this independent contractor, who would be like a vendor like PSE&G, put her personal information on her invoice, that is her business. And that's the way that she wanted to be represented. What is shameful is that the city accepted that invoice that did not delineate what services were being provided to the city. And I believe that the person received like $15,000. And it's, to me, it's to do QuickBooks or to write checks for $15,000 over a 2-week period. But I digress. So today is Poll Worker Appreciation Day, so we appreciate all poll workers, and it's a great opportunity to learn more about the voting system, so poll workers are needed. On election day, they're paid $300 per day, and then it's $20-something an hour for early voting. And I do want to agree with Councilwoman Davila that when you're running a department, you can't just hire whoever you want to hire, but you have to do the ask. Councilman Jackson gave one of these directors several opportunities to ask for more employees, more supplies, to be able to do the bulk pickup in this city, to give jobs to Paterson residents. The data informs and should influence our decisions that this is something that we can do here because we're already doing it. And we can leave the money here, that we don't have to go outside to give the money to somebody else. There are millions of dollars for our own residents, and it was rejected by everyone else. It made perfect sense. It was easy. He said it himself that
Thank you,
he can
Ms.
only
Hannibal.
do 300 for a city of 160,000
Thank you, Ms.
residents.
Hannibal. Thank you.
You are very welcome, and I will be back to talk about the general election.
Next speaker, Mr. G. Greer is not here. Our next speaker is Mr. Dave Gilmore.
Thank you. Dave Gilmore, Paterson, former Director of Community Improvements, Administrator, number of municipalities. I just want to get cut to the chase. I did my job. I did my job and found the prolific developer $1 million in the red, owing for connection fees. I did my job finding illegal apartments and fees not paid. I did my job when I called the Attorney General, Office of Public, OPIA, DCA, the Commissioner, Jackie Suarez, and others that came in, and arrests are imminent. People are going to jail because I did my job. But what was my reward for doing my job? I got fired for doing my job. They made up stuff about me. You understand? They made me into the bad guy because I wouldn't allow certain things to happen. Okay? That's the job. Code enforcement, chief and code enforcement officer for the city of Paterson. That was my job. The engineering department didn't collect the fees for connection fees. I don't want to call people's names. I done got sued one time already. I don't want to do that again. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is there's a criminal element in this town that's not acknowledged. There are people sitting in positions of monitoring that are supposed to call for the investigations, and you're not doing it. You see what I'm saying? I don't get no backup. I got $700,000. Yeah, okay, fine. That's wonderful. But what about the whole year that I worked? I got paid for staying home. What about the $300,000 or $400,000 you got to pay for the lawyers? It's over $1 million. You see what I'm saying? But where's the satisfaction? I was gagged. I couldn't run. I ran for council. And I tell you, I swear to God, if they had ungagged me or let me speak, the results would have been different. They would have been damn different because there's no accountability, there's no reporting, there's no investigations, there's no single agency audits, and people need to go to jail for the shit that they did. Not only to me, but what they do to this community. People are dying because of permits not pulled and illegal construction and everything else. And I will come back on the next meeting because I have 136 exhibits to show illegal activity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I asked for an extra 2 minutes. I don't know why you didn't give it to me.
Yes, thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Charles Ferrer.
Good evening, Charles Ferrer. I figured I'd get close to the mic. So, you know, I've been listening to a lot of things. So, Mike, Councilman Jackson, I need you to do me a favor. Next meeting, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. And then people won't have anything to say, okay? Because it always seems that when you bring things up, nobody doesn't want to hear it. And at the last meeting, Councilman of the 2nd Ward said that Paterson is fine, Paterson is good. $78 million we had to borrow, okay? It's my understanding that you still owe the school district some money. Could you get it there before the new school year starts? The problem is, where's the plan that shows the residents of this town when they become self-sufficient? There isn't one, okay? It's my understanding that the tax abatements are probably going to run to like 2040. Okay? Here's the kicker with the tax abatement, based on what I've researched and read, and I'll put it together and I'll share it with you. You get a 10-year tax abatement, you're paying on the pilot, you're paying on the land, not on the building that's on the land. So 10 years go by, most residents think now they start paying full taxes. No. They pay 10% the first year, goes to 20%, 30%, 40%, so it's going to be another 10 years before that piece of property pays full taxes.
Another 20 years.
Right, so it comes out to be a total of 20. The first 10, and then the well, either way, that's not the way we should be doing things. Then I also found out that back in 2013, when this economic opportunity law came out, the council at that time this was ratified by the City Council in late 2013, allowing the administration to grant tax abatements without it going before the council. You need to reverse that and bring it back. That's part of the biggest problem. We've given the city away. We can't pay our bills. You're not fully funding what you owe the school district, so our children aren't getting what they're supposed to be getting because you can't. I sat here yesterday at a planning board meeting that didn't go through, where they're planning to knock down the YWCA to put up 124 units on that site. On that site.
Travis.
Ellison and Van Houten is already congested with traffic. And you want to add more?
Thank you,
What are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Farrar.
The Council President,
Next speaker.
I respectfully request that a plan be presented to the residents of this town of when Paterson's going to be able to sustain themselves.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Jalen G.
Good evening.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Congrats, Paula. You look good up there, girl. All right. 7 new apartment buildings in the area of Carroll Street, Ellison Street, Van Houten Street, if the 4-building development on YWCA property is approved. Schools are being closed. What is the leadership doing? Nothing is cohesive. Nothing is cohesive. Stop making us into New York. This is New Jersey, Paterson, New Jersey. We are a high-rise city. We are a city people come to settle down. As I told the potential property holder, my issue is not with him, because he was in my comments on Instagram, okay? But anyway, the issue is not with him, it's with the leadership of this town. I don't think we should add more buildings, more people, and developments if no one is taking care of the city as is. Let's get us a system in place, straighten and clean up the city before we bring more people into the issues and make it worse. I don't think it's wise to build more apartments on an infrastructure that can barely sustain what we have right now. I'm sorry, guys, hold on. The lost city of Atlantis, my bad, Paterson, New Jersey, can barely support the population we have right now. The blame for the flooding is getting put on the citizens littering. And although that is half the battle, because Patersonians treat Paterson like a trash bag, and y'all need to do better. But I can't be mad at them. They're just following the leadership. If the leadership doesn't care, why should they? The city officials need to invest in fixing our infrastructure. We cannot become a tourist city with the current issues we have with infrastructure. We have so many water main breaks. If you guys know our water pipes are old and the people are littering, why isn't there a weekly routine to go around to clean up the city and the sewers? Why aren't there more garbage cans on the streets and weekly routine trash pickups? I was standing by a bus stop because I don't move my car because the park is so bad. When I find the park, I leave it there. So I take a quick bus trip or I walk around. I had trash in my hand. I had to put the trash in my pocket because I don't like littering in my city. And I had to throw it out when I got home. Sorry. If you guys know people are littering, why isn't there a plan to combat that issue? DPW, what's the procedure for cleaning up the city? What are you guys doing? I watched citizens take it into their own hands and was cleaning the sewers so the water can drain during the flooding. Where was y'all antennas the week before that? The forecast showed rain for a week straight. Every state knew there was going to be an El Nino brewing this summer on the East Coast. Why wasn't? Can I finish my thought?
Thank you, Jalen.
But we listened to you guys argue this whole time.
We have to be fair. We got to be fair. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Elvis Dorham.
Good evening.
Mr. Elvis Dorham, It's time out for all that argument. Paterson, New Jersey is the third largest city in New Jersey. And y'all argue like we got everything going on. No recreation center building, no major hotel. Make it make sense. The first war need to come up. So instead of arguing, let's build. And you can look at me all you want, but the thing is, what do you got to offer? Time to build. Like I came here 2 months ago, I told everyone, it's new black community leaders. It's coming up. Y'all old heads, God bless. Y'all did what y'all did, but it's our time. Coming soon, on the 4th ward, it's a new black restaurant. Muhammad Fish and Chips on 184 Governor Street, Paterson, New Jersey. That's my family restaurant. Just want y'all to know that it's coming soon. Also in the downtown area, Councilman Luis Velez. Your ward, Planet Fitness, new location on 93 Elderson Street, coming soon. Downtown Paterson. Yes, it's going to be parking. Plenty of parking. Also, at the last council meeting, I told y'all I am the #1 media, and I meant that. And when I had said that, I seen a lot of other media, they stepped their game up, right? Brennan, it's all good. We promoting Paterson, okay? I did that for a reason, for y'all can step y'all game up. My YouTube channel is Paterson NJ Good News. My YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. My Facebook page, Elvis Good News, DURHAM. That's my Facebook page. And to everyone that I did is not friends with me on Facebook, go ahead, send that friend request. Don't be scared, because all I do, I promote the positives, while everybody else promote the negative. You know what I'm saying? Y'all get paid from social media. I don't. I do this because I love my city. But do my city love me back? I wonder. I love my city, but do my city love me back? God bless you. It's time to build. Time out for fighting. Hey, if you want to fight, be a bosser.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
We have Jessica Asmat.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone, to all of you. My major concern is the city of Paterson being dirty. Okay, I guess we short staff, or I don't know what's going on, but even this street is dirty, and people pile on top of the already full. And like Mr. Velez said, they come probably from other towns or city and they dump it, but we also, the people in Paterson, dirty it. And I don't know what we're gonna do about it. And it is something that it bothers me, because even I live on East 26th Street, and at the corner, people come and dirty it. So sometimes my sister, myself, and previous my mom, we have to clean it, but it's always dirty. Why? Maybe it's the culture clash, that they don't know how to maintain it. I don't know. Why do they keep it dirty? And also Michael Jackson, I agree that we should have some kind of plan to be able to maintain the city, because it's not just few years old. This Paterson, instead of being better, is getting worse. So it's up to you guys. What can we do about this cleanliness? Maybe teach the children to clean inside the schools. Maybe give something, I don't know, you tell us what can we do to help you to bring the city in a better position.
Thank you so, you're finished? Thank you so much. Next, no, you cannot. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next.
I just want the answer from you
Yes,
guys.
the BA.
Next speaker
Yes, next speaker,
is
Madam Clerk.
Nazav Samuels.
Ms. Netta Samuels. Ms. Samuels. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Nella Samuels. Okay, so I've been in Paterson, New Jersey since 1978. My mother grew us up on the east side of Paterson. There are 6 wards in Paterson, right? Am I correct? When you say Paterson is dirty, be specific. The 4th ward of Paterson is dirty, okay? Downtown Paterson is dirty. Go on the east side of Paterson. It is not dirty. Go on the east side of Paterson. There is no dumping. They know what to do, where to do, and what to do, where to do. East side of Paterson, they're not taking that crap. You understand? Excuse me. So they know what to do, where to do, and where to do it. Okay? So whoever is the council people, take care of your ward. I walk around the 4th ward. I wasn't raised in the 4th ward, but fortunately and unfortunately now I live in the 4th ward. It is disgusting in the 4th ward. Okay? God put me there for a reason. I stopped complaining. I stopped uploading. Take care of your ward. Okay? That's that about that. What I really came to talk about was the infestation of homeless people in Paterson. And when the people come do their movies, they know how to clear out the infestation of the homeless and do their movies. Ask them if they could do a movie about Paterson. Why are they dumping the homeless people in Paterson? Walgreens, they drop them off in bus loads to do their boosting, their sex trafficking, and whatever else they're doing, and the drug deal. Come on now. Come on, Paterson.
Thank you, Ms. Nella. Next speaker, Mr. Kim Freeman. Last speaker.
Kemi Freeman?
Yes,
Oh,
Kim
he's
Freeman.
coming.
Good evening. Tomorrow morning, there's going to be a tax assessment hearing at the county. The last meeting that I went to, because I brought attention to that to Lewis, Mims, and others, we in the 3rd ward, well, I'm going to say 3rd ward, all over, what you did several years ago, hiring these people to assess the houses and everything, did a very poor job. Those people never came into my house until about 2 months ago. And then they said, oh, your house is worth $550,000. I said, what house you talking about? When we bought that house in 1994, our taxes was $8,500, which was a lot. Because we got, now it's $15,000. I want to thank Dr. Seco for teaching me math, and I want to thank Brother Farad, too. He grew up with me. He knew how smart I was in high school. Look, people, I'm not a politician, but some of the things I say here, you need to listen to, all right? When we talk about money and budget, this stuff has been going on for years. I've been here 30 years. The abatements and everything. Little people came over, Garrett Mountain came in and complained. What are you complaining about? You had an abatement. We have a house, man, and look, tomorrow morning, I don't know what to do because you guys want to charge people exorbitant kind of for these property taxes. A lot of us, I'm a senior citizen now. I'm on a fixed income. Like many of those people who will be there tomorrow morning, who don't know tonight they got to pray whether they have enough money to pay for these property taxes that you guys, I don't know what kind of math you guys are doing, You know what I'm saying? I went to college for engineering. So I'm just saying, all right? And this flood thing right here, y'all need to do something. Barnes told you years and years ago, the drainage system in Paterson can't handle it. You got 200,000 people, all right? And you have to account for that with your civil engineering. And it starts with the river. And look, you're running people out of Paterson who are going to lose their houses. And all this development and everything, I don't know about 200,000. I don't think we have that many. And if we do, we need about 15,000 rental units. Who's going to build them? How are we going to get that done? And more importantly, how are you going to get people to pay for all these rents? And I told you 20 years ago how that happened.
Thank
you don't
you,
listen.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. There are no more speakers for public portion. Can I get a motion?
Seeing none, move to close.
A motion by Council Vice President Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public portion.
Councilwoman Alford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that I do write down everything when I hear the public portion. I know some of you personally, and I will be in touch with you. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Council Vice President Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let's be clear. Jalen, you're absolutely correct. The concession should be given to the public, but the theme here is the council doesn't want to hear from the public. Council President talked about, well, if you need extra time, send a request. Multiple people said they sent requests and get denied.
No, they didn't.
So what's the point of sending a request, right? They talking about y'all arguing. Nah, go back and watch the meetings when I'm not here. Kumbaya, they smoking peace pipes. It's all, they finish in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, minutes to finish, meetings are finished, and nothing's really handled. The homelessness, while the mayor had to get an award, and they traveled to wherever for the Bloomberg Award, how to rid the community of homelessness. Where's he the mayor of? You got Fairlawn on the news because we can't even handle the noise, right? So a quick one right here, right? Brother Charles Farrar, I appreciate the kind words, brother. Well, there is no plan to be self-sufficient because they have no plan. There's no plan to do the right thing here. Here's an example of that, and the subcode official can outline this. Quick education for everybody talking about the flooding. There's a law, state law, that requires anybody that does new building, you have to keep the rainwater on your property. I'm watching all these properties go up with no tanks going in the ground. Jefferson Street on a 25 by 30, they built 2 families there. Where's the containment tanks? There is no containment tanks. The building department is overrun, so people are just doing the building and they're not being penalized. You got multiple houses that are reported that went up, and there has been no work order with the mandate to take those places down. People know it's Paterson. You do what you want to, right? Build it. They're not gonna do anything about it. So what? We pay a fine. They don't make you take it down. There was one house in the history that I know about that was scheduled, that was asked to take down. One house.
Your vote, Councilman Jackson.
But yet, we're letting the YWCA and everybody sitting here in approval of that.
Your vote, Councilman Jackson.
The YWCA be overrun with more housing by the people who funded these people's campaigns.
Your vote, Councilman Jackson.
Listen, you could go ahead and step over me for that. Do what you're gonna do. Do what you're gonna do, because you know I'm in protest of that. The people deserve the right to come to the public. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Never had this process happen before. Never had this process. None of your concerns are being answered. None of your concerns are being answered.
Thank you.
And it's a blatant, fragrant. That's what it is.
Councilman Omar. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to I just want to say to the public, you know, the flood issues.
Decorum in the chambers, please.
Thank you. Taking your
Councilman
concern, listen to your concern here tonight. If you watch the news, the flood issues that happened this past day, nothing different what happened in Hawthorne, Fairlawn, Elmo Park, Clifton, Passaic, Wayne, surrounding Paterson. Flood watch, right? So nothing different. So this is this happened everywhere we go. I try to use my, but I got a great news. Mr. Elvis Durham, I want to welcome those new business. But 93 Ellison Street is the First Ward. So I want to congratulate the First Ward Councilman for his new business coming in, a gym. 93 Ellison Street belongs to the First Ward, not the Fifth. The Fifth Ward runs behind the Classico. So that's part of the First Ward, that new business. To those that, I spoke to the lady over here in the audience. I gave her my phone number just in case you need me. I could address your issues there. I'm here to serve no matter where they call me. So to the public, thank you for being here, and let's continue doing business in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes to close public portion.
President Mims?
So to Mr. B.A., I don't see constituent services here. There were a few requests and concerns that were mentioned by the public. Please have Mr. Fernandez respond to the residents that were here on tonight with the request that you asked for. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Public portion is now closed.
We'll go into our first reading ordinances. We'll start at item number 3. Item number 3 is
Council President, we have a special meeting.
After we've done with the 3.
Oh, okay.
Are we going to
Council,
continue with workshop?
Yes.
Okay.
Item number 3 is a resolution authorizing the tax collector to purge the taxes and interest on Block 4802, Lot 22 and 23, pursuant to NJSA, owned by a charter school. The information is attached. They are exempt. They're a school. That paperwork, it was done through the tax assessor's office.
Council President, just be here for a minute, please.
Councilman Velez.
Just be here for a minute.
The letter was attached and sent to all council members, showing from the tax assessor's office when the application was filed, when they were approved. Councilman Velez.
Council
Yes.
President, just ask a question. Who's the owner of the property? Yes.
Morris Charter School.
Morris Charter School.
Did they own by title deed and everything, that
Yes.
building?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
where's the, has there been a financial report done on this entity?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean
Yes.
by okay. I don't know what that means.
It should be attached.
All the backup information is within
There's no financial report here.
about what?
There's no, what do you mean about what?
About the charter school and their operations?
Yes.
The charter student.
That has no bearing on whether or not
charter
they're tax
school-
exempt.
What do you mean it has no bearing? Just because because an entity is tax exempt doesn't mean that they're entitled to be they exempted their property taxes.
I didn't state that. What I'm stating is
So what did you? Okay.
we're
go
not
ahead.
entitled to their financial records to consider whether or not they qualify to be tax exempt.
Well, why aren't we?
They are a functioning school district recognized by the state of New Jersey, and schools are not subject to local property tax. So this resolution corrects. They paid all their 2025 taxes. For whatever reason, they weren't taken off the rolls. You know, we stopped it in early 26, and this resolves 25. So they're entitled to an exemption as of January 1 of 25, but they paid the whole year's taxes.
So let me correct you, Mr. B.A. Language is extremely important. They're not entitled to anything. They're not entitled. We are granting them an abatement. We're granting them tax exemption. just because they're a tax-exempt organization does not entitle them to an exemption. If they're a profitable entity that's making an excess of money, they should not be automatically granted a tax exemption. You have how many churches around the community? In fact, the property that was stolen from Grace Chapel, they were placed back on the tax rolls. There's plenty of churches that they're tax exempt. They're not entitled to a tax exemption. So again, how are we not being fiscally responsible if an entity is coming before the city? We're already tax strapped. We're already cash strapped. We're already burdened, and we're placing more and more burden on the community. Where more and more we're being targeted. In my opinion, it's criminally targeted by all these schools that's coming in here. They're rendering a poor service, and they're automatically getting a tax exemption.
So, Mr. B.A., and to Councilman Jackson,
Council President, every time I got a question for somebody else, here you go answering the question.
Because
if I want to ask you the question, I would ask you the
Councilman
question.
Jackson,
He's sitting here. He says he's in place for the finance director. He should be able to answer the question of why he's assigning authority.
Councilman
why
Jackson,
isn't the city? You're not. This is not a question for you to answer.
But Councilman Jackson,
why isn't the city holding these entities accountable?
Councilman Jackson, if you would allow me.
I don't want to answer from you. I want to answer from the BA.
Just because someone has tax exemption does not automatically imply that they receive it. They have to come to the tax assessor's office.
He said they're entitled.
They have
said
to come,
they're entitled.
Councilman Jackson, I have the
You're trying
floor.
to protect him from putting his own
not-
foot in his mouth.
No, I'm not. They
Let
have
him
to go,
answer the question.
They have to go to the tax assessor's office.
The tax assessor does not grant the tax abatement.
Can I finish, please? It's not an abatement. They go to the tax assessor's office, they do an application. They have to show proof that they are tax exempt. They provide the correct
Ladies
paperwork.
and gentlemen, what we're
they provide the
doing now
information, and then
is
it comes
deflecting.
To us
The entity
per the
that's
state
responsible
tax
for
law.
granting, this is a granting. We're granting someone a tax exemption.
Per the state law.
The entity that's accountable and responsible for doing it is this council.
Mr. B.A.?
Obviously, it has to come before this council for approval.
Right.
And it's coming to the council without all the pertinent information.
That's not
There's
true.
no
Mr.
financial
B.A.?
documents that's here for the entity that's requesting exemption.
It's attached. Mr. B.A., please.
It's not attached.
You are not-
Show me where it's attached.
You are
Show me
not
where the
voting.
financials are attached. Show me. Here's the document. You're saying it's attached. Show me where it's attached. So you enlighten the public.
No.
Where's the financial documentation?
Councilman, you're a councilman. Do your research and read your
you're
documents.
telling the public that it's
Mr.
there.
B.A.
Tell us how
It is there.
much they're making.
Mr. B.A. Mr. B.A.?
The vote before you is not to declare them tax exempt.
Exactly.
They are. They are.
Listen, we're granting a purging. That means we're dissolving taxes. The vote before us is in fact
To
a
refund 1 year.
granting of a purge of a tax, to discard of monies that they're accountable on paying. Yes, it is. It is that. That's exactly what this council is granting.
I don't think anybody's
So I'm
celebrating the fact,
asking
but
you,
this is a function of law.
why aren't we being responsible for any entity that's coming before this council in request of a tax exemption? Where's their financials? Are they financially solvent? Should we be granting them? Should we not be pulling them off a tax exemption list? How do we grant somebody, anybody? If you're friends with the mayor or the BA or whomever, we're going to give you an exemption, but other people are being denied.
I don't know who's being denied.
What are you talking about? Grace Chapel, the property on the bottom of Hilden Ave was stolen from them. It was stolen from them. Grace Chapel is a non-taxable, it's a tax-exempt entity, organization, and yet here it is, a school, we don't even know what they're rendering to us. How many schools are we going to allow to come in here and take more parcels off the tax rolls?
How many schools are we going to allow? I mean, what function does the council play to block someone from buying property and using it as a school?
We cannot, first of all, the council is not here to block anyone from buying property, but yes, we have the ability to approve of whether or not that space is going to be utilized for schools. Those items come before us all the time. And as well as allowing for entity to become tax exempt. The administration, you, sir, must sign off on the request for an entity for an exemption. It comes before you.
No.
It comes before taxation that falls under your purview. What are you talking about? No. You're the signing authority. So we're just allowing, so it could be 1,000 entities that's coming before the city of Paterson trying to put a school here. We're just going to allow all of them to be tax exempt.
No.
What do you mean no? Here's another one. Here's another school. We already have, we're closing Paterson Public Schools down because we don't have enough revenue to fund these schools locally, and we're going to continue to allow exemptions from other entities.
This is what state statute provides for.
All right.
Thank you so much. This item is moving forward. We are not the school board, and is a first reading. We're not the school board, and we have not closed schools, so I'll put that on the record. The next item is for Special 2 officers. This item has been vetted in public safety, also vetted with our police union, with the allocation. There's been much conversation about Special 2 officers. We've heard many people talk about having more police on duty. All council members have received your memorandum of understanding from DCA as well, but this was properly vetted for Special 2 officers. All the details requiring them to go through the academy, recruitment process, all of the above, where they will be utilized is all clearly outlined in the ordinance. Councilman Velez.
Thank you. I want to add this, that this being the work since way back in 2016 is getting to complete now, and it's a blessing for our city that we move forward for Class 2. We started, I don't know if you recall, Class 1, it didn't work, right? So now we're moving forward. When we created Class 1, everybody was saying, why we spending money in Class 1 when we could do a lot with Class 2? Now, they give us a green light. Thank you, Mr. B.A., to look into this. Working with the Public Safety Committee and the remaining councilmen that in the sidebar requested this to be realistic in the city of Paterson. And I know this will alleviate our police officers, and they will work conjunction on it. And the union agrees, so that's a good thing. So moving forward, hopefully we strengthen our police department, and also Class 2 too. So listen to the advertisement out there, and get ready.
So just to add to that this item has to go through 2 readings if it is approved at the end of September, or even if it's approved first reading next week, but if it's approved at the end of September, this is not going to happen in October or November. There is a clear process that has to take place with recruitment, hiring, all of the above. So it's not going to be overnight. It is just like someone that wants to become a police officer. There are going to be very clear instructions as detailed in this. It doesn't take away from the overtime from the police department. Those are some of the concerns and requirements. And the union is definitely on board. They are watching, and they are on board with this item. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I didn't even ask for the floor. I guess she knew it was coming. I presented this back in 2016. It was my item. I presented it, and I believe it got approved, and for second reading was, for whatever, didn't make it through. But anyway, listen, my ideas are not just for me. You could take all my campaign ideas and utilize them. And yes, the city will get better. This is one of the bases that I ran my entire campaign on, to be able to hire locally, Class 2 officers. Many municipalities run their entire departments off Class 2 departments. Class 2 officers are part-time officers, and guess what? They can be bona fide residents of the city. And I want to make sure that we go back to re-emphasize, because even Class 2 officers, we need to have mandatory drug testing, mandatory random drug testing throughout the city. You got employees that are having drug issues. This is already the 4th time the fire department has had an issue where it has been, drugs, heroin and cocaine involved. And you have a 2-year-old kid that was subjected to cocaine by a City of Paterson employee, and we're not making sure that we're doing random drug testing in the city. But I guarantee you, the stipulations that the administration placed on Class 2 officers that's bona fide residents would be totally different. So, yeah, I mean, of course, I'm going to be...
Council President.
Of course, I'm going to be in approval of something that's definitely going to work. This is going to work. It's about time the council has come around to bring forward this measure.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I know that we did have Class 1 officers. It did not work. It did not work. Hopefully that we can get our community to be more involved and get our children to want to become police officers. We as a community has to do that. We have to get them more involved, wanting to be our Paterson finest or wanting to be our Paterson bravest. We as a community must do that. And when you look at this here, I think that there's no medical benefits. So it's going to be like, how do we recruit these young people when you don't have benefits? I don't know how long it's going to take for them to become officers. We really don't know that, but I mean, everything is we have to try to do our best to do that for them, for that. So we need Class 2s, and they can do some of the footwork, especially with the downtown area. Like everybody was always talking about Officer Joe White, how they miss him downtown with no double parking, parking on the crosswalk. So those would be things that our Class 2 officers would be doing. And we have to understand that let's make sure we get our community involved. We got to make sure. I got to tell my son or my daughter, please apply. Go apply to be a Class 2 officer. So I think this is an excellent start. I hope it is better than the Class 1s that we had, because those was working and they never got a raise. They had no medical, they had no insurance, they had no pension. How do you recruit people when you don't have those stuff in place too? So it's not easy. It's very hard to even recruit. So hopefully that we can get this done. I'm looking forward to see how we can. I hope that we can get this forward. But community, let's push our young people to want to be Class 2 officers.
Thank you. Our final 2 items, I know we have the owner for items 22 and 23, is the renewal of a dance hall license for Gwinnerick's 467 Union Ave, and an entertainment show license. If the owners will come forward, there were a couple of council members that had some concerns or questions in regards to the license. If the owner will come forward. Could you just state your name again? And Councilwoman Vice President has some concerns.
Your name.
¿Cómo se llama?
Lilian del Orbe.
Lilia, ¿qué fue?
Del Orbe.
Del
Gracias.
Orbe. ¿Tú hablas inglés?
No.
No, él.
I can translate, that's not a problem.
Ok. Our clerk, nuestra secretaria general, ella va a traducir. Ella te puede traducir.
Hello.
Okay, so items 22 and 23, resolution addressing renewal of dance hall license for Guarinex Liquors LLC, 467 Union Ave in the First Ward. 23 is resolution addressing the renewal of the entertainment and show license for the same, Guarinex Liquors LLC, 467 First Ward. Are you the owner of this establishment, or are you the manager?
Owner.
Owner? Okay. I, on a personal, I'm the council vice president. I've received numerous complaints about your business. Okay?
Sobre
She wants to know what type of complaints she has been getting.
So the address, so the neighboring people, right? The people, los residentes, okay? You know, staying late, the after hours, underage, and again, these are just complaints. So I'm just letting you know, as somebody that is a councilwoman at large, so Councilman Jackson represents the first ward where this establishment is. I don't know, Councilman, if you've received any complaints about 467 Union Ave?
Councilwoman, where's their PD reports about underage?
They're not, no.
So how are you're just going by hearsay? People saying that.
So, Councilman, right now, let us not do that because you get complaints and you address situation.
No, but
so,
but wait a minute. Getting complaints about late night business or things of that nature is one thing. To make an accusation about
the police
a business serving underage people or things of that nature when there's no PD report, I mean, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think we can, make that kind of an accusation on just any residents can
Councilman
randomly
Jackson,
say they got young people in there.
Councilman
But that's
Jackson,
not
with
the
all due
case.
respect, you make a lot of statements that are not acceptable.
Like when? When do I ever make an
accusation? So right now, we're not going to make this about you or me.
No. We're going to make that.
So we're going to
You
direct
just
the
accused
situation,
the business.
and I indicated
You just
to you,
accused the
if
business of
you
having
had- I did not
serving
accuse the
underage
business.
drinkers.
I did not
You
accuse.
did.
I said
You placed that on
I
record.
did not.
You're saying you're
I-
getting complaints about
Councilman
underage
Jackson.
drinkers. Who you
Councilman
yelling at?
Jackson,
Who you yelling
give
at?
him- As the council
I'm
president
asking
right
you.
now, and
No,
I'm
no,
telling
no,
you,
no,
I
no.
said
No,
to you,
you
did
asked
you
me a
receive
question.
any complaints?
You asked me a question.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm asking you,
So to
where's
proceed-
the basis
to
of your
proceed-
complaint? How you going to make a
to
complaint?
Proceed. To
Wait,
proceed so you understand
Corporation
what the
Counsel,
process
point of
is.
order, point of order. What
proceed.
she's doing
No.
is putting us
To
at
proceed.
jeopardy.
I
You
can
now
speak
have a
Spanish,
business that
Council
has
President.
the opportunity
Can I
to
speak Spanish?
file a lawsuit against the city when you got a sitting council person sitting as council
Absolutely
president
not.
making the accusation that they're
Absolutely
serving
not.
serving
Absolutely
minors.
not.
Council
So
President.
let me.
You gonna stand
let
up
me
and protect
explain.
the city or
Councilman-
what?
Councilman Jackson.
Who do you think?
Come on now,
Am I
Councilman
supposed to be
Jackson.
afraid?
No, you don't
Am I
have to be
supposed to be
afraid.
afraid
but
of
you
you?
need to stop the disrespect in this council.
slam the
You
thing
need
in
to
my
stop the
face.
disrespect in this council.
You're the one
You're
disrespecting.
disrespectful.
You're
I have the
disrespecting
floor
the
right
people
now.
here. So what does that
Council
mean?
members,
You
please.
made a false statement.
So
You made a false accusation without no police
So
backup.
I am going to say this to you right now. Para que
You're gonna
ustedes
try to
entiendan.
disrespect
Él
me
está
like I'm
diciendo que
supposed
yo
to be
estoy
afraid of
acusando.
that.
No, yo dije que yo
Hell
he
outta here
recibido
with that shit.
llamados.
That's
Son
terribly
dos cosas diferentes.
unprofessional.
Yo no voy a aceptar que ninguna persona
Council
venga aquí a
President.
acusarme
Señora,
a mí, a decir
perdóname.
que yo la estoy acusando
Usted
a usted.
necesita un
Yo dije
abogado.
que hay
Porque ella
situaciones
que
y
dice que
llamadas
usted que
de
viene,
personas. No,
tiene gente
Councilman
por ahí.
Jackson.
Council
Council
President,
members.
may I please?
Mira, usted tiene
No,
una
no, no,
licencia.
señora,
Usted
señora.
tiene una licencia.
Council members.
No se preocupe. Point of order.
What she did was totally
No,
unprofessional.
what you did is out of order.
Unwarranted. You
You're
made an
speaking
accusation.
out of order,
You
Councilman
made an
Jackson.
accusation to a business.
You are speaking
that's
out of
serving
order, Councilman
minors.
Jackson.
You got the attorney
You are
not
speaking
saying
out of
nothing,
order, Councilman
and you
Jackson.
think you're gonna stand up here and talk over and slam the damn gavel at me? Get the hell out of here. Know your damn job. Know your place.
your damn job.
Know your place.
Okay.
You
My
don't just
friend.
get to come
So-
here and make an accusation about somebody and put the city at jeopardy.
We got this.
Where's your proof
You're
of that?
talking about putting the city at jeopardy?
Where's your proof
really,
of that?
Councilman Jackson, look at
Where's
yourself
your
in the mirror.
proof that they're serving minors?
So,
Where's your proof? Is there police
para
Is there
que
police
ustedes
records of that?
entiendan, lo de hoy, que están aquí hoy, es para que ustedes reciban una renovación. It's for a renewal of your
Council
both
President.
licenses.
Trae mi
22 and
número,
23.
yo puedo venir por ahí
Okay.
para hablar contigo.
No le haga
Usted
caso, que se van a
necesita un
perder.
abogado.
Council President,
Yo
Ben.
soy el concejal de la primer barrio.
and-
Escúchame, yo soy
Councilman Jackson, you do not have
yo
the
soy
floor.
el concejal
Councilman
de la
Jackson, you
primer
do not
barrio.
have
Yo
the
puedo
floor.
hablar contigo porque
Councilman
usted
Jackson,
dice
you do
que
not have the-
usted tiene gente por ahí.
Councilman
no
Jackson,
puede
you do
vivir.
not have the floor.
Council
And-
President.
Thank you very much.
You don't honor any other point of order. She over here making a false accusation, accusing
No
the
one
business
made an
of serving
accusation.
minors, putting us at jeopardy without any police backup.
Oppose the
Outta
question.
here with
Oppose
that,
the
man.
question, please.
And they're gonna slam the
Second.
gavel like
30
I'm supposed to be afraid. Get your ass out of here with that. Beat it.
So, Council President, please, may I please?
I dare anybody in here to challenge me like that, like I'm supposed to be afraid.
Council
I
President.
don't need security. I don't need
of
security. I don't
order.
care who you ask.
Point
I
of
don't
order.
need damn security. You can slam whatever you want to slam.
We need to have decorum
Hold
in
on,
the chamber.
please. This is embarrassing.
I am not
The
sure what
embarrassment
happened.
here is you.
Councilman Jackson, 1 second.
No,
I'm not sure what
I'm not
happened.
saying about you, sir.
Councilman Velez, I was not in the chambers. But let me apologize to you as business owners. I was not in the room. I'm not sure what happened. But we should not handle business in front of our constituents, especially our small business owners, in this manner.
Correct.
I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what was stated, but you're business owners and we are the legislative body. You're coming before us for renewals. I'm not sure the details attached to these two items.
Councilman,
Is there
Council President.
Is there a call detail report?
Yes.
Does it identify any of the things that were mentioned?
Council President, if I may.
1 second, there's a point of order by Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
But we got to set some decorum.
What's the point of order?
Councilman Velez, you called the point of order.
Listen.
President asked for
Yes.
for reasoning.
So you called for a point of order.
First of all, I asked for the floor formally. Then nobody paid attention. I started calling whatever I want to see if
So
they
we'll
got.
get to you in 1 minute. We'll get to you in 1
whatever I
minute.
want.
So there's no point of order to
Okay, there's
address.
none. So we will
I
get
asked for
to
the
you.
floor.
1 second, Councilman Velez. We will get to you.
Okay.
So you're coming to us. Your item was before us previously. We are now here. One thing that we want is for our small business owners to operate. According to the call detail report that is attached, there's a couple, there's some minor things on here. We always want our businesses to operate. I'm not sure what else is happening. We have our councilman of that ward. We're council people at large, which can definitely come in and have some conversations outside of, but you're here to renew your license, and that's why you're here. All this extra, I'm not sure what happened, but Madam Clerk, I'm moving both of these items on consent. You waited long enough for your license, and you deserve to get your business back open.
Regular.
So, Madam Clerk, these items, we could put them on regular. It's time to move forward. The agenda is...
Council President.
1 second, Councilman Jackson. It is time. To the business owners, thank you so much for coming. Next week, we will vote on your items so that you can reopen your business.
Council
Thank you so
President.
much for
We're in
coming.
discussion, Council President.
1
And I
second.
asked for the floor. We're in
1
discussion.
second. 1 second.
Councilman
1
Jackson,
second.
you could ask for the floor, but
to the
Council
business
President
owners,
has
you're
to
able
give
to
you the
leave.
floor to speak.
That's
I'm
right.
entitled
You know,
to the
I hope
floor.
you know that.
Councilman
Anytime
Talk
Jackson.
over
debate.
everybody. every
During
time.
debate, I'm entitled
Point
to the
of
floor.
order.
She cannot deny
Point
me the
of
floor.
order.
Read
The
the parliamentary.
I can
No, she
deny. I
cannot.
can.
No, she cannot.
Council,
no, she cannot.
you cannot speak.
No, she
you can
cannot.
leave. You're fine.
She can deny
You can
don't
leave.
have to
You're
leave.
fine. Yes.
Espera, por
Good
favor.
night. Good
Espera,
night. You
espera.
can go. Good night. No more discussion. Madam,
So wait a
Madam
minute.
Clerk,
Wait a minute. What you mean? There's no more
Madam
discussion?
Clerk,
The council
you have
president
to
who
wait
sat in
until
that
you
chair
get the floor.
accused them of
Ma-
serving
Ma-
underage drinkers.
I wasn't
She
in the
made
room.
an
I'm not
accusation.
sure.
So why you not allowing me to answer?
But, well, Councilman
Why
Jackson,
won't you
you
allow
don't
me to
have
talk?
the floor. I'm talking
I
to
do
the
have
clerk.
the floor. I'm
No,
going to
you
take
do
the
not.
floor.
No, you don't.
Because I'm not going to allow
Madam
you to do
Clerk,
that.
the
She
items
sat
are
right
going
there
on
and
regular.
accused
They're
them
going on
of
regular. We're
serving
moving
underage
forward.
drinkers.
We're
Then
going
you're going to
into
come
the
here and say the
special
council
meeting.
president of the ward, that's my ward. That business is in my ward.
Right, so-
she never had a discussion with me. She's going to come
Well,
here
I
on
want
record
Councilman
and state that
Jackson-
they are serving underage
Councilman
drinkers.
Jackson,
And we're
like
not going
I-
to answer to that.
Councilman Jackson, like I stated, I was not in the room. I didn't hear her say anything. That's what I said when I first came back.
So
when I came in the room,
the whole point of me
Councilman Jackson-
asking for the floor.
Councilman, when I
The whole
came
point
in-
of me asking for the floor. So
Councilman
you deny me the
Jackson.
floor. You don't have the
Councilman
ability
Jackson,
to mute
the
the
point
council person.
At this point, Councilman Jackson, it is very embarrassing. I don't know what happened between you, her, the business. I don't know, but it's embarrassing that you guys are having
What's
a
embarrassing
back
is
and
what's being
forth
conducted
in
here
front
in this
of
council chamber.
the
That's what's
business
What's
owners.
embarrassing is what's being
It-
conducted.
you're right about
Then you
that.
got a fair business
So-
that's coming in here while she's chastising them, talking about their service.
So that's why we're moving forward.
You guys are serving minors.
That's why we're moving forward.
you
We're
don't do
moving
that to a
forward.
business.
I already apologized to them. We're moving forward.
open this up for a lawsuit.
Madam Clerk, we're moving into, the items are done. We'll finish the rest. We'll do the other. UCC codes are on here. Same items to move forward for next week for vote. We'll finish the other items, Madam Clerk. Let me do them now.
is
18 and 19 are regular. All finance items will be consent, except for the 22, 23, and 33. We need the director of the downtown SID here next week.
What was that now?
33 is regular. 55 is consent, and 56 is consent. UCC is moving forward. Can I get we're going into our special meeting at this point.
55 is consent?
Yes.
Where's the UCC? What number is UCC?
That's number 1.
Number 1.
Oh, my God.
UCC fees.
What happened with it?
Next week, we'll be able to vote it up and down.
Excuse me, what we at now? What item?
Item number
We're going
1.
into the special meeting.
Now, what number?
Item
okay.
number 1.
Let her open a special meeting because we went to...
That's what we're doing. I'm
Okay.
trying.
What happened with 18 and 19?
18 and 19 are
She
regular.
haven't opened a special meeting yet.
Hold on.
No, we're on item number 1, correct? The UCC fees.
Ma'am.
18 and 19 are
haven't
regular,
opened
Councilwoman
a
Khan.
special meeting yet.
No,
So
They're
we are on
regular.
the workshop.
Before.
Those are the fees.
We're on the workshop.
That's why she's talking
Get a
about that.
motion to close the workshop.
Yeah.
We got a motion by Councilman Khalid, second.
All right, for clarity, hold on. UCC fees are moving forward.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, moving forward. Okay.
We have a motion by Councilman Khalid to close the workshop. Is there
Number
a second?
6 wasn't mentioned. Is that on consent?
Which one?
Yes. I mentioned
Number
it earlier, I'm
6.
sorry. I mentioned it
I
earlier.
just want a minute to confirm everything. Okay.
Yeah, I did it earlier. Is there a second to close the workshop?
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Udin, Omar. Councilman Omar. Y'all got me so tangled up and wrapped up. Lord, forgive me, residents.
wanna
Oh,
bring
go
him
to the
back?
bathroom and come back, Lord Jesus. Roll call to close
Okay.
the workshop of August 11th.
To close the workshop, Councilwoman Alford?
My goodness, yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? We are closing the workshop. Vice President Davila is absent. Councilman Khalid?
Yeah, no. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
God have mercy, yes.
President Mims?
Once again, as we come to the close of the workshop, I want to apologize to the public. I am not sure what happened when I stepped out to go to the ladies' room, but we should not operate in that type of fashion or form at any time. Very embarrassing locally to the community and to everybody that's watching. So I want to apologize to all that are watching and the residents of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The workshop is now closed.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the special meeting of August 11th at 8 o'clock p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. If Councilwoman Alford could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Why are we doing a special? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
While we're standing, let's have a moment of silence for our troops, for this council, and for this city.
Let's remember the victim of Colombia.
A moment of silence and the victims of Colombia. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilwoman Alford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Vice President Davila is present. Councilman Jackson is absent at this time. Councilman Khalid?
Present.
The agenda. Councilman Omar? Councilman Velez?
Present.
And Council President Mims? Yes. Yeah, I noted her presence. Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I will read the statement of compliance.
Yes.
In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act and JSA 10:46 et sec, adequate notice of the time and place was included in the special meeting posted on August 5th and advertised on August 7th. Said notice was posted in City Hall's bulletin boards, posted to the city's website, and transmitted to the official newspapers designated to receive such notices, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notice.
Item number, Madam Clerk, let's do items 2, 3, and 4, and then we'll end on the introduction. Item 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2 is a resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, titled Bazaars, addressing a license for East Side Neighborhood Association 2.0 to conduct a picnic. This is from Finance and is Resolution 26:326.
So moved. Moved by Council President Mims, second by Councilman Khalik. Roll call on item number 2.
Councilwoman Alford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Vice President Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Khalik?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Council President Mims?
And just to put on the record, all the information for the application was attached. My vote is yes.
This item passes.
Item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Item 3 is a resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the reconstruction and resurfacing of Railroad Avenue and a portion of Governor Street. This is bid number 26.28 for the Division of Engineering from the Department of Public Works. This is Resolution 26:327.
So moved. Moved by Council President Mims and Davila, second by Councilman Omar. Roll call on item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Alford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Vice President Davila? Councilman Khalik?
It's about time. I drive by both of them street. My vote is yes.
Councilman Omar?
Long overdue, Council President. I'm happy to say that what you've asked for is finally getting done. My vote is yes.
Council President Mims?
So, G. Greer, if you're watching, we are voting on the lower part of Governor Street. I know you've been putting me to task. It is finally done. We're here to vote on it. Yes.
This item is adopted. Item 4 is a resolution honoring Irma Gorham, Executive Director, on her retirement for 25 years of service to the Paterson Housing Authority, sponsored by Council President Dr. Mims, Council Vice President Davila, and Councilwoman Cotton.
So moved. Moved by Mims. Davila and Cotton, second. Omar, roll call.
Councilwoman Alford?
My vote is yes, but I do want to express that I would have loved to have just seen the entire council sponsor the work of Irma Gorham that she did at the Paterson Housing Authority, and that it not be just the women of the council, because I feel that the work that was done at the Paterson Housing Authority served the entire community. So I would have liked to have seen the entire council take part in it, but my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say about Ms. Irma Gorham, which I have known for over 30 years, working with the Housing Authority. As a matter of fact, my husband was her second-hand person with operations and management, overseeing over 200 employees. So, she's retired 25 years. I wish her well. Congratulations on her retirement. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Vice President Davila?
It's so great to honor the work and service of someone who has dedicated so many years to the city of Paterson and specific to the Paterson Housing Authority. So it gives me great pleasure, and to our Councilwoman Alford, just in the future, these items, when they come before, like if there's a council member that puts it forth and they're working on it, so I do understand what you're saying, and definitely if you also want it to be added as a co-sponsor, you're able to on the floor here, because this is a workshop. But I do understand what you're saying, which we normally, in certain instances, do a who worked on it to sponsor it, and then we add the remaining council. So in this case, there's sometimes council members that say that they don't want to be part because they had nothing to do with it, and I think this is the reason why Council President, who led the charge, this is why that happened. So, we are happy if you wanted for it to be added. I don't think there's an issue with that, to add the name, but I just wanted to say that, all right? And again, Irma Gorman, thank you for all of your work, your service. My vote is yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Enjoy your retirement. My vote is yes.
Councilman Omar.
I want to thank Ms. Gorm for her service throughout the years here in the city of Paterson, and I wish her the best. Congratulations. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Irma Godum, first of all, I want to say to my colleague, please include me as sponsor. I was the statutory chair for the past 10 years, and I appreciate that you include me as a sponsor on it. Not co-sponsor, sponsor. Thank you. But Irma Gordon, we created a relation way before being in the council. And I could say that every time I have situation at 199 Carroll, now the new residents of Van Houten is part of the 5th Ward, she always answered the phone. She always answered the call. And you have to understand the passion that she had for the seniors. And I always saw that on her. I know she's retiring. She's not leaving. She's retiring because she already did her time, and she served Paterson the right way. She was colorblind. Every issue that I put in her hand, she didn't look, it was Latino, no Latino, it was black, it was no black, She was colorblind because her main goal is to follow federal guidelines and also the needs of the community. So you could call me Irma Gorham anytime you need me, even to do errands around, shopping around, whatever. You know how I am. Enjoy your retirement, well deserved. And those that work under her, live a legacy. Moving forward, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Irma Gorham, thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you do. I think it was perfectly stated by Corporation Council. Please add Councilman Velez, who would like to be a sponsor. When you're working on a resolution, the person that works on the resolution is always the sponsor, and then they can always reach out to see who wants to be added as a sponsor to the item. And as you're on the council, you will find that there are many people that do not want to be on it. So it's hard to add every person, because then you get to the council and then it's almost an embarrassment to the person you're trying to honor. So we try to avoid that, and it happens a lot here. So we want to avoid that. Irma Gorham, thank you for your service. We appreciate you. I know you may be retired, but you're not gone. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This item is adopted.
Thank you. Item number 1, if you can read it into the agenda, we'll take our motions, and then we'll turn it over to our BA for a brief presentation.
Item number 1 is the resolution authorizing the reading of the calendar year 2026 municipal budget by title only, and authorizing the introduction of the calendar year 2026 municipal budget. This is resolution 26:325.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Council Vice President Davila, second by Council President Mims. Mr. BA.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, Paterson. On behalf of the administration, Mayor Andre Saya, I'm here this evening to present the 2026 budget. Before you will be an introduction vote. I have a brief PowerPoint to kind of concisely summarize this budget, kind of our financial situation, and give the council as well as the public watching a consumable presentation about the budget and where it is. So, Council President, do we know when we get the lights, or do you want me to just proceed? Good to go? So the first slide just kind of summarizes the timeline that we operate on. Late in the year, we gather our facts. What are our known cost projections for the following year? Union contract raises, insurance increases, and everything. We compile that data. As soon as we flip into a new year, we review our end balance accounts. What did we budget for certain categories? What did we actually spend? That information is critical as we move into a new budget cycle. Once we know where our expenses came in and what expenses we're anticipating for the following year, we submit our transitional aid application. That is followed by internal departmental budget meetings, where during my weekly DCA meeting, administration meets with DCA for several hours every Tuesday. We brought in every department, again, reviews the same facts. Where did you come in last year? Where are you trending as of this moment? And it's an opportunity to discuss staffing, operating expenses, the future, all of that. As we know, this year we held off on introducing the budget because there was a large leap between what we got in TA last year and what we asked for, and we just decided it wasn't prudent to pick a number out of a hat and then have to come back and reintroduce if we guessed incorrectly. So in July 2026, as soon as the governor signed the budget, we received our TA Transitional Aid Award of $76.2 million. We asked for $78.2 million, therefore we got pretty much our entire request. That led to statutorily required budget hearings in front of the City Council. That occurred a couple weeks ago. We met here for about 3 or 4 hours and went through all the departments. That's available on YouTube for everyone's review. After that meeting, we take the feedback of the council members, we meet with the directors again, and we put our final touches on the budget. August 11th, we stand before you here today with the budget introduction. If introduced tonight, it's then uploaded to the state of New Jersey, as every municipality has to do, to the DCA, regardless if you're a TA town or not. They do a comprehensive technical review of the budget. If they find any errors or anything that needs correcting, they may spit it back to us for correction. Our goal is to adopt September 15th. Those asterisks are there because if the state has some issues or we have to work through them some things, it's possible that date just may not be attainable, but that certainly is our goal. This is a breakdown of an average tax bill. Regardless of how many taxes you pay, generally speaking, your allocations look like this. So this presentation focuses just on the 54.5 municipal side. School district, county, and those other two small sections are outside of the control of this council, outside of the control of the mayor. They have their own boards and bodies that set their taxes separately. So tonight's presentation is just that purple 54%. I tried to summarize this budget in a concise paragraph that I'll read. The 2026 proposed introduced budget is a balanced one that provides enough revenue to maintain the city's existing workforce, preserve essential services, and meet our expenses. The budget funds 439 police officer positions, 371 firefighter positions, more than 100 civilian public safety support positions, and also maintains current staffing in all other departments. It also provides, this budget has funding for opportunities to strengthen staffing in key areas. Economic development, to move the backlog along, to move the process more efficiently. Our construction office, we're not able to fill high-level inspector positions, and we're stuck with getting part-timers, which we're basically working around their schedule to have departments go. We want to get talent. Additional laborers in the DPW. I didn't get a chance to speak earlier, but I speak to the director several times a week about staffing. An additional support position in the clerk's office, and an additional attorney in the law department. Now, the budget sets the funding for it. Any position, even if it's someone we're cleaning and replacing, is an independent request I provide to the DCA. So to the extent that the question is how many additional laborers, the funding is there to give them more resources, but I can't say a number because the second piece of it is we set the funding, now I have to go get the okay from the DCA on these positions. But I will carry the spirit of the council. Public works, cleanliness of the city is a major, major concern and a major priority in this budget as we go forward. Balanced budget means your revenues are enough to cover your expenditures. Revenues equals expenditures. That's the budget we have. I want to talk briefly, transitional aid. Transitional aid gets a very dirty word, and many times it's, it's kind of used with like mismanagement, politics, like a lot of nefarious words are being thrown around. I just want to be clear, there's over 12 municipalities in the state of New Jersey that are in this program. This is not specifically designed for Paterson. And I try to answer, why does the city need transitional aid, in a simple sentence. And the answer is, we simply cannot raise enough in local taxation to sustain the service demands of the population of our city. We're a large city, we're a dense city. There's certain services that have to come with that. We owe that to our residents. We can't raise that amount in taxation. And I wanted to illustrate the reality of that, right? So the proposed budget in front of us has a tax levy of $180,332,000 and change. Just police salaries, just fire salaries, and our total healthcare costs eat that entire number up before we pick up any garbage, before we have a health department, an economic development department, a public works department, a sewer division, et cetera, et cetera. So, and then I used another example, because you have to look at comparable communities when you talk about these things. Elizabeth is a comparable city, dense, lower population, but not too far off. They raised $216 million in tax levy, and that's how they cover their budget without transitional aid. For us to do that model, to not rely on transitional aid, we would have to raise that much in taxes, which is a non-starter for this council and for this administration. So to the extent that, transitional aid, it's framed as like the house is not in order, it's, it starts that there's a structural problem. The immediate pathway to getting out from transitional aid would be to do what cities like Elizabeth do and raise in taxes what they need. That's not happening. We can't raise 30, 40 million. It would destroy the people of the city. Last year, we got 29.7 million in transitional aid. Question is, how does 29.7 turn into 76.2? Fair question, right? I highlight there cost increases that we are experiencing in 2026. These are the major ones. Health insurance, state health benefits plan. We spent $48 million in 2025 to cover our employees' health care. That number is $72 million in 2026. That's $24 million. Police salaries, obviously a large number that goes up as part of contractual raises. We also had a contract settlement earlier on this year with the officers, so the retro payment is included there. Fire department, same thing. Those are large departments, big numbers. And we also settled with the officers earlier this year, so retro is incorporated in that. We have payroll every 2 weeks, and the way the calendar works out is every 10 to 11 years there is a year where there is a 27th payroll, and that happens to be this year, so we need the funding in place. That payroll lands on the 30th or 31st of the year, but budgetarily we must account for that. Workman's comp and liability went up $1 million, solid waste went up $1 million. That's $42 million in and of itself. I didn't include other, the white collar settlement, electricity going up $400,000. That's just a sampling of why we needed to ask for so much more, and there's so many other expenses that, could be tallied. So that is a general chart of our expenses. The total expenses is about $357. I pulled the library out on the expense and revenue side because we're simply a pass-through for their tax levy. So as you can see in the chart, salaries and wages cover about 40% of our total expenditures. Health insurance, $72 million, 20%. Other employee statutory costs is our pension obligations and Social Security obligations. As I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we have a $32 or $33 million pension payment in April. We have our general O&E of other departments. We have our solid waste, which includes the garbage hauler as well as the disposal cost. We have our grant appropriations. You'll see the same number on the expense and revenue side on that. Debt service is all the bonding that we've done over the years, and our annual payment, just like a mortgage, comes out to $9 million. And reserve for uncollected taxes, we have a tax collection rate of 94.9. Everyone else is paying for that, and that's just a necessary thing to do to make sure we raise enough revenue to meet our expenses. The next slide is the revenue side. Again, 352.50 equals 352.50. We see that our municipal tax levy, the property tax piece, funds 51% of our budget. Energy receipts are about 10%. Every municipality gets that. It's based off of population and other factors. Energy receipts come in towards the end of the year. Transitional aid, we have our 76.2. Local revenues, it's broken out to the right. That's revenue we generate just based on the operation of the city. The top number is the court. They're projected to do about $6 million this year. Ambulance, there is a billing system for our EMS service. We never balance bill residents, ever. If their insurance will pay, something great. Otherwise, we take from Medicaid. No resident ever gets a bill from Paterson for our EMS service, but we are able to collect that $4 million just through the insurance billing, and so forth. So all the things that we have on the books bring in about $25 million, and delinquent taxes account for people paying 24, 25 in 26. We collect delinquent taxes on a rolling basis. Property taxes. As a condition of transitional aid, the city has to abide by an MOU. What's different this year is the MOU has a 3.5% minimum tax levy increase. I've pasted the literal language from the MOU. It's number 21 on the list. That's why it says that. This was previously distributed to the council. That is the expectation that the DCA has set for the city, in recognition of the $76.2 million. The state has mandated a minimum increase of 3.5%. The administration's proposal to the council is 3.5%. We are not asking for $1 more than the state is requiring us to raise in this round. This has been a very difficult year in the state of New Jersey with budgets. A lot of school districts and municipalities that are in the state health benefit program or privately insured are dealing with health care costs that are exploding. I tried to pick larger municipalities in the state of New Jersey, as well as our fellow partners in the city that share a space on the tax bill, to kind of demonstrate what other municipalities have been going through. Anybody can Google Jersey City and DCA and find that they really needed funding this year. And the best they were able to get was a $105 million loan that they have to repay, and the condition was a 15.5 tax levy increase. Paterson requested $78 million, got 76.2. That is not a loan, that is a direct payment for this year, and is only asked to go 3.5% in property taxes. I think it's important to just note the Jersey City experience, because they are the largest municipality in the state. We're the third. They also have funding issues. They went to the DCA for help, and our conditions are far more favorable. And you can see the other towns, as well as our partners on the tax bill, the Board of Education and the county. And that's not to call them out, that's just to provide perspective for what kind of budget year municipalities and entities are facing in the state of New Jersey. I want to be clear, this is not like, hey, everyone has this, so you're good with it because we're only 3.5. I'm not saying that. Context. I'm just sharing the context of what's going on in the state of New Jersey. Sorry, I flipped it here.
That's it?
No, I got 2 more slides.
Oh.
So looking ahead, 2027 and beyond, my focus for 2027 is to request less from the state. We need to bend the curve. It's in our own interest to work our way downward out of this transitional aid. And I write there, we need to prepare ourselves for tougher days because, we got the funding this year because the state has the money. And relatively speaking, the state economy and federal economy, are from a budgetary standpoint, okay. I'll leave the other stuff to the side. But there will be tougher days. Paterson had very tough budget cycles. And, if we need to do our part to lower our reliance and also show the state we're taking our situation seriously. Because if the state faces a tough budget year and we ask for a number and they look at all the asks from everybody and, see that, we kind of just, we were just kind of asking for more and more every year, didn't do anything ourselves, that could hurt us. And they could say, sorry, you're getting $10 million less than you asked for, and I don't think anybody wants to be around, to make those decisions. The taxpayer is not the solution out of our structural deficit. And people want to know, where is this going? What's our direction? My next slide is thoughts. They're my thoughts, things I'll focus on as the business administrator for 27 and beyond. They're not locked in stone. There's a lot of things we could discuss about them, but I think it's important to talk about them. Pilots and abatements. They affect our budget. They 100% do. There's a lot of talk about them, and there is an impact on our budget. That's just a factual statement. We have some pilots on the books. The city of Hackensack recently, they had their auditor look at all the pilots, and the auditor came back and said, we came up with $4 million that should have been collected by the city, but wasn't. I think that's something important to do. The Garden State Growth Zone, it's here, right? People have gotten that exemption. There is language in the law that they have to provide financial records to the city every year. There's also language in the law that if they make above a 12% profit in a given year, which would be later on in their abatement process, the city could get that differential. That's something that we're going to be looking at very closely. Whatever we're entitled to, we should get. Same thing with uncollected revenue, whatever the case may be, whether it's the court docket being backed up several years, whether it's, uncollected sewer connection fees, uncollected escrow and economic development. If the money is out there, the goal is to get it. Parking authority and housing authority, these are entities the city created. They both have very large budgets. And I think, there's leadership changes with both entities. I think it's a good time to have, to have an honest conversation about how the city supports those entities and how they support the city back. There was a time where the parking authority made a significant contribution to the city every year. At some point, that stopped. Housing Authority has a $58 million budget. There's a lot going on there. So these things have to be on the table. I'm not going to just, I'm not going to say everything out loud, but, when these meetings happen, the city has to be well represented. St. Joseph's Hospital, some years back, there was kind of like there was an agreement. It was part about property taxes and part about a per bed community service contribution. That agreement expired at the end of '24. They kept paying the annual rate at that time, but that agreement is up. I've reviewed that agreement, and I believe the city can get more, and I hope to get more. And I'll leave it at that. Health benefits, major cost driver. We're at $72 million now. Anyone can look up that state health benefits is planning to go up 17%. We have ordered our census from the state. When we get our report of our utilization ratio of all of our employees, our insurance broker will take that, try to shop it to private insurers to see if they'll take our health insurance coverage for a lower price. If not, we will be looking very aggressively at a self-insurance model, and that means taking all of our monies, both the $72 million and the employee contributions, and pooling it into a fund and dealing with health care that way. Sewer system, it's an old system. We spend anywhere from $3 to $6 million a year keeping it going. it's been reported in the paper. This administration is looking into doing its due diligence as to what the value of that system may be. No commitment, just fact-finding and due diligence. Some throw out a number of 75 million, some throw a number of 150 million out. It's in our interest to look at these things. Passaic Valley Water, really interesting concept. Over 100 years ago, Passaic, Paterson, and Clifton came together and created this, put all their water wells and all their infrastructure together, and out of that, the Passaic Valley Water Commission was born. Paterson owns a majority of that system, yet I'll take a step back. There was a case about 50 years ago. Each municipality that created this entity got a distribution from that budget because it owned it. And there was a court case. It said, they said the legislature did not permit this. It can't happen. I want to revisit that conversation with our legislators. That Passaic Valley Water is probably close to a $1 billion business. They serve 1 million customers in the state of New Jersey. We are part owner of that. I look at old things that said we were a 57% owner, yet zero comes into this budget. Now, again, a lot has to happen into that, but those are things that are on the radar, and those are conversations we're going to have. A fee study citywide. I showed that column. We raise about 25 million just our services and what we do. We really owe it to ourselves to look what other municipalities charge for various things. Again, we're not looking to profit off of our people, but if there's an example of Paterson charges $10 for this, just to illustrate it, and everyone else in Passaic County charges $50, that's something we need to talk about. Garbage collection was discussed tonight. That's a major expense. Garbage collection is not going away. So we're going to have these conversations. There, I don't. People tell me internal can't be done. When I ask those questions, I don't get the. I'm not convinced of that. That's something that should be looked at. Commercial pickup. In some larger cities, they tell commercial businesses, you figure it out, because we're paying for that. That is on our disposal side. And the last piece is, we've provided shared services over the years for a couple of municipalities. We collect on the medical billing, but they should be contributing to us to continue this service. So I think there's a significant chunk of money, and this is an MOU requirement. So I kind of ran through that, but as we hopefully introduce and adopt the 26 budget with the minimum tax increase that's mandated, with no job losses, those are the things I'm looking for in 27 to bend that curve. And just to kind of summarize, if we fully fund our current staffing in this budget, it's the lowest possible tax increase allowed by the MOU. Revenues equal our expenses, and this is kind of my words, provided we can introduce and adopt. We got through this year. We did. But hard work starts for 27 and beyond, because we may not be as lucky in future years. So members of the council, on behalf of the mayor,
Yes.
I submit this budget for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. So, 1 second, Council VP. So first of all, I want to commend, I think this is one of the best presentations that we have seen, I've seen since I've been on the council. Very detailed, very clear and precise as to what's happening and some expectations, and then some future things that we are already currently working on and things that we need to look at. Can you send a copy of this presentation deck to all of us so we can have a copy? So I just want to commend you for doing your homework and your due diligence, but I also want to put it on the record because the DCA or the state, and also I want to commend our state legislators, our Senator Benji Wimberly, our Assemblyman Al Abdelaziz and Kenyatta Stewart for their hard work, and Governor Mikey Sherrill. Relationships matter. I know sometimes we hear that and people take it as like, oh, it's just a little jingle or some words, but it definitely matters when you have relationships on the state level, county level, local level, where you're facing a huge deficit that was created by our own merit, but there were some things like healthcare benefits and all of the other things that were already outlined on tonight, that you can have a conversation. You can have our state legislators that are right here in the fight with us in Paterson, that are working on the state level, that go after and fight, having conversations with the governor, with our mayor, and the work that this council has done throughout the course of the last year, which also helped, because a lot of times we thank our state legislators, but we don't thank the council members, because there are things that DCA requested of us last year, and we got it done. So that's a part of us getting to this place. And the MOU and the requests or the demands, they gave us $76.2 million. There are some clear demands that are required of us as council, because if we do not go by the demands and the requests that are in that MOU, and all council members have received it, we're facing a $19 million deficit if we do not abide by the request. For example, the 3.5 tax increase. We also have the Class 2 officers, which there was language, it was in the past, but the language was not correct. We had to update it and make sure it was up to code, make sure the union was approved, the Public Safety Committee reviewed it, and then once that got to a place, we have to always make sure, I'm pro-union, as you already know, I gotta make sure the union is okay, and now we're at this place where we can move it forward. But there's other things that are in there, the UCC fees. We also have in there some requirements through putting parameters around the overtime, through the clerk's office, and so many things that are outlined, and every council member has them. So when people are saying, maybe this is your wish list or some things that you want, it is not. When you're given $76.2 million, there are just some requirements. Now, you have an opportunity, tonight we're voting, to vote it up or down, right? But if you vote down the item on tonight, what will happen is that the increase will be higher, and we will have to lay off some people. And that's what's at stake, because the state, as we've already seen in the past, where they have fined some council members and others, right, that they do not play. So $76.2 million, we're grateful that we received that. I'm saying for myself, I'm very humbled as a taxpayer in the city, and I'm sure taxpayers that are watching, they're happy to have seen, and they texted and said they were really happy to see how you outlined and detailed it. It was very clear. So I want to thank you for that, and then just make sure you send the deck. Councilman Khalik, Vice President Davila.
Yes, I think that a lot of what I was going to say, you just stated, so I will just, once again, thank you, Mr. BA. Some people will say, why are you commending, the BA? This is your job. Yes, it is your job, but guess what? It's been other people's jobs. It hasn't been done. You're getting it done, and I appreciate at least the comparisons that are so important. So when people will start the complaining, they could see, wow, well, it could be worse if it was another municipality, right? And so, again, as Council President stated, and something that I always say, relationships matter. She thanked our state legislators, but I on a special want to thank Assemblyman Abdelaziz, because I know for a fact when he had, as soon as she went into office, all of the work that we did as a team, and how he sat in her office along with his chief of staff and another individual, and the first thing that she asked is, what is your #1 ask? And he didn't ask for self, he asked for the city of Paterson to please take care of us because of the situation that we were in. And so appreciate our senator, our assembly members, but I'm specifically going to state the Assemblyman Abdelaziz, because I know that meeting happened, and I was privy to that meeting. So again, I think that no one does it alone, right? But there's always the person that starts and that begins that conversation. And I know that, our mayor, the office, had asks as well, but there's always that one person that could just seal the deal, and, again, to our state legislators, I really appreciate it. There is more to be done. I'm happy that I've seen a laundry list, right, of things that need to get done, things that we need to reconsider. okay? And maybe not, you know, we have to have the conversations. But the fact that it's here, it's in writing, you will be held accountable to that, okay?
Council President.
And I, for one, have a fiduciary responsibility when I'm looking at our city as a whole. You know, I know that all of our council members, at least the ones that are ward members, you know, advocate for their wards, right? We as at large represent all, but at the end of the day, when we vote, we're voting as one, a body of one. And so I know that we have a responsibility, and I'm not ready for the state of New Jersey to hold back $19 million, because we will be in a huge deficit. You know, so with that said, I just wanted to put that on. And again, we discussed it in finance. We now got it, you know, in a bigger picture, in a PowerPoint. And as Council President said, please make sure that every council member does receive this PowerPoint. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Velez, yeah.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, to the chair, through the chair, Mr. B.A. The light's so sensitive. So today we are reading of the calendar year 2026 municipal budget and by title only, and the introduction of the calendar year 2026 municipal budget, right? I have 10 years sitting in this dais, and I have to commend you, Mr. B.A., because this is the first time I see an introduction of budget that has a teeth on it. Why I say teeth? Because you're going after those that owe us money. So residents of Paterson, this is the first time that I see an introduction of budget with approximately 12 individuals, right? Agency that owe us money. And I don't know what happened, why we didn't went after them. I'm not going to elaborate on that. I'm here to move forward. You got what, how many months here? 2, 3? Yeah, 6? Huh? January, right? 8 months. In 8 months, you presented a budget that the residents of Paterson so far could see that we're not going after directly to taxpayers. We are putting something in the books and words that we're going after those individuals that owe us money, and to straighten out our budget and to balance our budget. That way is a smart way to go. There's other things that we have to move forward, and I got to say it loud and clear, and I told my colleague from the 6th Ward, a responsible legislator, will look into how many we could ask the administration to do. If we don't approve that budget, we could do less. So, and when we approve budget, is not, is operational budget, is other things that, there's a wish list that all council members have that reflect in this budget. What I will ask is, and it's simple, that if this budget pass, moving forward, the service of the city get improved, the core service of the city get improved, that we are dedicated to bring individuals that want to get back to Paterson, that are from Paterson, okay? And this budget will reflect what the residents need and want. So I'm satisfied with your presentation, even that I was not here, but we had conversation. That's a good thing. You have open policy, door policy in your office, that we could go there anytime. I don't know why we had to do shows here or whatever, right? But when you knock that door, you always, or your phone is always available to clarify anything that we have to get clarified on. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Councilman Jackson.
Yeah, if I may, the slide where you showed the other municipalities, Jersey City, and can you go back to that slide, please? right, there you go, a question. So Jersey City's 15% increase, that's to their tax levy? Their levy. Okay, I got to do some research on that. They have a 15%, I'm sorry?
This has been written about for months. It's a big deal in Jersey City.
Well, I mean, the former mayor ran off and left them with a $250 million deficit, but, so all of these are, that's their tax levies.
That is their tax levy increase
Okay.
for the 26 budget.
I have to look into that. There was a few questions I have. So the overall, last year our budget was how much?
I don't know off the top of my head.
You don't know,
Last year's
so you don't know the percentage of increase that we have from last year to this year? What was it? 325? 383? We're at 353 this year, so how we had 383 last year? Was that 315, 320 something, I believe?
Last year was 330, total appropriations.
330. Okay, so do we have a report on how many claims that's been paid out through the insurance? We had an increase from you said $42 million to $72 million. So do we have a basic
Health
understanding?
insurance?
I'm sorry?
Health insurance or other insurance?
The health insurance, the insurance that we're paying to the state, that went from $40+ million to $70+ million. Do we have an outline on all of our claims that that was paid out and the increases?
So we pay a fixed amount. There's fixed amounts within the state for single, family, parent plus dependent. We pay a fixed amount per employee based on their status, regardless of their claims. So we pay a fixed dollar amount. So when we get our usage, which is the report we requested, if it comes back at 105%, then basically, our employees spend $1.05 for every dollar we send to Trenton to fund their health care. But we're not paying usage right now, flat.
I know we're not paying usage, but in order to understand whether or not where we are is sound, we have to understand what we're paying. Previously, when we were self-insured, right, that means we would pay out for every infraction. So we don't know if it's a benefit to come out of it if we're not doing the background to understand how much our claims have been.
We are. We requested that report. We're going to have the most recent report in the next week or two of our claims experience in the state health benefits plan. And that document will tell us how, will allow other companies and ourselves to see, to answer the exact question you're posing.
Okay, so, all right, so I guess, so we're approving this tonight, but we don't know that information. Do we have a report on revenue going out on lawsuits?
If that's what you're looking for, we can compile it for you.
Well, I mean, I've asked for a report on the sewer connection fees that were collected with proof of payment, and I have. Did you send that?
It takes a little time. You asked for proof of payment and check copies for a law that was passed in like 2020. It's going to take some time.
A law that was passed in 2020?
Well, the sewer connection isn't like there was a new system put in place at one point that upped the rates or whatever the case was.
No. Recently, there were delinquent collections. I'm not asking for the people that paid when they were supposed to pay. I'm talking about the $1.7 million that was non-collected sewer fees.
Right.
That there was a payment plan that those developers went into that was supposed to have paid, and I'm trying to find out, have we been responsible with collecting those fees?
I think in terms of sewer uncollected, that I know of, there's a balance of $400,000 and, you know, and
Well, I
then
mean,
some.
I'd much rather have the report to show exactly, so I don't have to do
Councilman,
any
you asked for
extra-
payment of proof, which implies you want proof of those that did pay. So which one is it?
Correct. Those who were
You just said you're not interested in those that did pay, but you asked me to look up proof of payment for everyone. So it can't be, it's got to be one or the
I
other.
did not ask you, all right, let me be clear once more.
It's in your email. I want proof of payment.
No, I'm just laughing at her. Oh my God! Like, this is our job, to be responsible for the budget. And okay. All right. So there was an article that went out because there's a requirement for every construction project to pay a connection fee prior to the permit being issued. There was a few $1 million in fees that were uncollected, and yet permits was granted. So there was a payment schedule set up for those uncollected sewer fees. I'm not talking about every single permit that's being issued and people that are paying on time. I'm talking about the payment arrangement that the city entered into with those developers that owed us money several years ago. That was supposed to have been a payment plan. I'm asking, have we collected on that? And I wanted to see proof of the payments.
So payment plans were put in place, and as you mentioned, it was several million, and now the balance is, I think, 400,000. So
So I'd much rather not take your word for it. I'd rather see a
Understood.
report that I
Understood.
requested from you.
Correct.
And I don't think it takes 2.5 weeks to produce that report.
With respect, Councilman, read the email that you sent me and your request, because what you're saying now is not the same as what you asked me for.
Fair enough. I'll revisit the email, and if it was, I can rewrite it, or maybe it was misunderstood in your part. You gave an example of Elizabeth and their pilots.
No, the tax levy.
I'm sorry?
This was the only Elizabeth reference.
No, okay, yes.
Hackensack.
No, I'm sorry. No, go back. You gave a reference to Elizabeth and what they've done in collecting on their levy and how they've increased on their tax collection. But how many active pilots do they have on the books there? I'll do that research. I'll do that research because you're making a comparison on how these other entities have, or how that city in particular have managed to raise taxes, saying, to implicate or imply that we're being more responsible to our taxpayers. But we're actually not, because we've allowed more tax abatements and pilots than any other municipality in the state. We went from having 12 to having well over 600. So when you talk about their ability to raise their levy, they're not issuing pilots at the rate that we're issuing them. So I mean, if we're going to make comparisons to other municipalities and what they're doing and how they're being responsible, I think that it has to be fairly depicted that we're doing something that they're not. So the last question I have, since over the last 8 years, and I'm not faulting you on this in particularly, but over the last 8 years, before Andre became the mayor, it was our budget was $225 million. That's a 64% increase to now, from 353. And if you're saying, I thought it was more like 320 something, but we'll go with your number. And if it's, what we have?
357 this year.
357?
Yep.
Oh, that can't be right.
Oh, you're looking?
One second. No. I'll respond on that another time.
Council President.
You know, we have a 64% increase, and we have a substantial increase from last year to this year, but we don't outline any increase on services. We're not outlining any increase on services. I mean, yeah, you know, the slides are nice. I mean, I've never been a cheerleader. I've always been a player. So I'm not going to sit here and cheerlead on something that it was definitely not, in my opinion, done so much more elaborately better than those in the past, because specifically it doesn't talk about the bottom line issues to the taxpayers. We have a tax assessment that just went out where taxpayers have seen substantial increases, 40 to 60% increases. We're carrying the burden, and when we talk about teeth, I didn't see anything in your proposal that outlined the uncollected fees from the surrounding municipalities, of which one where you live, that we're not collecting on sewer fees. All those surrounding municipalities, Elmer Park, Totowa, Haledon, West Paterson, all of those, that's been determined several years back, that there's a substantial amount of money that's not being collected from all of these municipalities that's going into our sewer system. You outlined the fact that our sewer system is overdated, it needs a lot of work, but we never talked about the people that owe us money.
Councilman, this particular subject is the first I'm hearing of, but I'd love to know more. If surrounding municipalities, if we think there's an argument that they should be chipping in to go through our systems, let's talk.
No, I believe you were here. There's a building that was put up right in Totowa. They tie right into our sewer system. They're paying us zero. They're paying nothing. Totowa, Haledon, Prospect Park, Wayne, all of these municipalities come into our sewer system.
Meaning it flows through our pipes.
Correct.
I got it.
Correct.
Council President.
And we're paying.
This is the first I'm having this conversation. I'd be happy to get into it more.
Well, I mean, listen, I know you're here, you're the person that's presenting it, but this is overall an administrative function. And again, to the absenteeism of the finance director, this is something that definitely should be on the table. But having an overall 3.5 and this MOU that we're unfortunately burdened to be forcing upon our residents, I do get it. There's a differential of about $30 million or so, but we went from 20+ million, 29 million was it? But I thought our TA last year was much lower, but 29 million went to your assessment to 74 million. That's a substantial amount more than what we've seen an increase in from the insurance. And I think it would be very irresponsible for us to not have a full outline report. The moment this should have been done quite some time ago. We're paying out 70+ million. We're still going to pay them. Again, we're going to pay this year. We should have came out. In fact, that should have been a provision that we wrote into the MOU. Because what we were told during that time is that the state required us to go into the state funded plan. That was Kathleen's baby. She erected this whole concept of, if we're going to take transitional aid, which, by the way, we've always been a municipality on transitional aid. We went into the state health plan, and it basically each and every year increased, and it's crippled us. So, in my opinion, this budget that's being presented is completely irresponsible by not asking for that. And we can't ask for that if we don't have any proof to the state. How are you going to go back and combat the state and say, listen, you guys are overcharging us because this is the number of health requests that we've had? But anyway, I'll rest it there. I mean, that's
take
just
it or
some.
leave it. It's a
Thank you.
charge.
Thank you.
State
Mr.
health
BA.
benefits is a fixed dollar amount per employee based on their coverage level. There's no negotiation.
Fixed dollar amount. What do you
It's a
mean?
fixed. If you're a single employee, the health plan is X. Period. If you're married, it's Y. Set by the state. That's the condition of the program.
I think you're missing my point. We've been self-employed for decades. I mean, self-insured. I apologize. Self-insured for decades. And the year that we changed over, we saved a few dollars that first year, and after that, we've been paying more money than we spent out. You can't possibly tell me that that we've had an increase in claims that's more than 70%. Where are the claims? I don't see them. We would see them in lawsuits. We would see them in DPW injuries. We would see them in employees going out on cancer or for whatever ailments. You can't possibly tell me that, all right, maybe it might have been the case during COVID. This year, you're saying from now we're up 70% in claims?
The value of the plan, the cost of the plan that's set by
But again,
by a state
if we're
board.
self-insured, we're not paying for that. We're
We're not.
only paying for claims.
We're not right now.
So how can we come off TA if we're going to continue to let the slate bleed us out? And if we're not even doing a cross analysis based on whether what we're paying them is what they're putting out. It's impossible for them to be putting out that much. They're basing that on their overall output for the entire state.
Correct.
That's why we got to come out of that plan.
That's why it's up there, and I talked about it.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. BA, let me refresh the mind of some colleagues here. In 2017, I believe, there was a lawsuit that was presented to the Passaic County Court. Yes. Clifton, Heldon, and Prospect Park and Emerald Park was taken because they was connected to our sewer system, and they got an agreement to pay. They settled, and they got disconnected from our sewer system.
They did not.
Yes, they did,
not.
sir. See, that's the problem. He don't get the facts right, and then when you bring the facts, I don't have. Councilman, I didn't interrupt you. Councilman, I did not interrupt
Jackson,
you.
he has the floor.
Councilman, I did not interrupt you.
Total was disconnected.
Council President,
point of order.
I did not
Councilman
interrupt
Jackson,
you.
when you were talking, no one
It's
spoke.
that when you hit him with
Councilman
the
Velez has
facts,
the floor.
he get upset. But when he entertain people with lies, then he, but that's okay. And the other thing is, Mr. BA, you stated that we find that some sewer fee was not collected, right? And it was a $1.2 million that was not collected. At least you clarified the record that we only probably had to collect $400,000. I think that's an advancement. Why we don't talk about parking authority? They owe us $3 million, and he don't make no action against parking authority. No action. Why? Because it's a statutory agency for us? Let's talk about that. Why not put the same pressure, that his energy that he have right now against developer, against sewer fee, against everything, put it to parking authority. Bring something, counsel to this city that we could say he's working with us. Saying that, let's move forward to vote on this, Council President, please.
Yes. Can we do roll call?
I'm so sorry.
Councilman McCotton, then we're doing roll call. We have went over this many times. Councilman McCotton and then roll call.
If I can, I need to make it clear that, we were self-insured. I think most people are now paying 35% of, I think it's the premium for their health benefits. I remember we sat here and we had to borrow $8 million. We had to borrow $8 million from being self-insured because we had employees that had medical bills hitting $1 million. And so how do you say to your employees, I'm not paying, so you can't go to the doctor, you can't go to the hospital. We have to pay. Now, at first, the health benefits was cheaper. It just went up, like it just skyrocketed. But you still got to have medical coverage. No matter what, you still got to have medical coverage. Now, I don't think that going back to being self-insured, and there's so many options because, see, most companies, most cities are smaller than us, a lot smaller than us. They don't have to go to no union like we have to go to every single one of our unions in order to go back to being self-employed, being self-insured, or going back to our unions to be going to another benefit, going to another insurance company, going to another. you can't compare us to Elizabeth. You can't compare us to Fairlawn. You can't compare us to Wayne because they don't have as many employees. Are they self-insured? I'm not sure, but I remember. And one thing I do want, and I said it before, and I said it before. My hospital bill could be $200,000. If I'm not insured, they're looking for $200,000. But if I'm insured, that's why we pay a consultant agency or firm to negotiate. So that $200,000 that I ran up with my medical bills, by the time that consultant firm consult with St. Joe's or whatever hospital, what doctor, whatever, that $200,000 ain't $200,000 no more. But if I was not insured, I would be responsible for $200,000. That's what bankrupt a lot of people who are not insured, because in medical, that $200,000, the insurance company may only pay $35,000. That's the big difference. And I would say to them, why can't people who are not insured, why we can't negotiate, but they doesn't allow us to do that. So I just want to say that I know for a fact that we did have to borrow money. We had 8 employees that was very, very, very ill, and that we had to cover them. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Alford?
This is for introduction,
Yes.
correct? Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Vice President Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Listen, of course, we're being bullied into this agreement because of the irresponsible the irresponsible activity by not only this administration, but this council, and not holding them accountable. It was a question I didn't get an opportunity to ask, and Mr. BA, you can send it to me via report. I would like a list, because you said that there's any council members that have any requests. I wasn't here for the budget hearings, and of which the first time ever in the history, normally we do budget hearings where we take on 3 departments per day, and we can be robust in the discussion, but everything now everything is about rushing through it. And, you know, I'm not convinced that we're doing everything possible to hold those entities accountable. Those municipalities are still in our sewer system. There is no way no municipality dug up their roads and put in a new sewer system. When that building went up in Totowa, they tied right into our system. Show me the proof of payments. I would like to see them. So until we could be responsible for that, listen, I don't have to worry about this. Yes, the state is holding us accountable. It's 3.5 levy. It's an absolute shame. I mean, if it is in comparison to some of those others, I would say, hey, we made out. If that is the case, I still have to do some background on that. But we're still being irresponsible. There's people that are here that are taking advantage of the community, that's not paying their fair share, and I can't support that. While residents' taxes are going up 50, 60, 70%, and there's developers that's making a boatload of money and they're not making a contribution. I can't support it. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Khalik?
I think we did have a budget hearing, and for hours we were here sitting, listening to line by line, position by position, but maybe somebody was absent that day, didn't show up. He was on the calendar. But everybody else was. Everybody else was here. Everybody else was here, but you, Councilman. And we do have a responsibility, and I know we are in a tough position, and my vote is yes.
Councilman Omar?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today just is an introduction, but I do want to thank the BA for his presentation. It was helpful, but I will have more to say next week. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
So everything I have heard today, you know, the presentation, BA, I am certified. One thing I have to remind the council, I recall when the city was planned to change from self-insured to state, we had the union here, we had the retirement that was concerned about the benefit And I recall, I believe, I don't want to judge, but I think I was the only one that voted no to transfer to the state. So, but that's what we have, right? Now we're going back to the table to see if this is going to work. Well, we need to know what we're asking, because you think those companies are not looking how much we're paying right now? Are they going to think you're going to come back low? I don't think so. The cost of living is high. Insurance is high. Every day, the state of New Jersey is the state that more you had to pay for insurance. In the state of New Jersey, it's too high, right? And I remember that Governor Whitman was the one that screwed that up, the insurance company. So that, see, I don't have short memory. Second, okay, I'm not gonna, you know, we have budget hearing, but at the same time, Councilman Jackson stated he don't read emails, so probably he missed the email that says that we have a budget hearing, and that's why he was not present. But I just want to say that we discussed the budget and we moving forward. Mr. BA, I just got to ask if you could adjust a little bit more in other expenses. Look into that, because I know for contractual, salary, wages, insurance, we cannot make a lot of adjustment there. But in other expenses, if you could do something to lower the budget, it would be good. Saying that introduction to the budget, I vote yes, because I don't want to see $1,700 on fine again.
So,
President Mims.
yes, so let me put it on the record. There's no way to reduce it. The MOU is clear. The minimum is 3.5%.
No, I'm not saying about the 3.5. I'm saying
okay.
about if you could.
I have the floor. You've
About
already
the
voted.
other expensive.
So we just have to be clear, so the public does not, or
Other
they don't entertain the fact that it could be lower. It cannot. Possibly looking into other ways of saving or trimming some things.
That's why I just said.
And whatever those capacities are, but the minimum tax levy is 3.5%. And I once again want to put it on the record, seeing the presentation that was done tonight was stellar, so that we all can see. I mean, if you've been doing your research, you've been watching all the other municipalities. I believe Jersey City is trying to take out a loan to cover theirs for their residents. There's so many different entities. If you just go, you could just go on ChatGPT. Everybody uses for everything else. Just ChatGPT it, and you will see that these other municipalities have hired. So I am really grateful for what has been done here in Paterson. And we're going to continue to do some things that are needed and work towards getting the necessary services and the quality of life that our residents so rightfully deserve. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. This item is adopted.
So, Madam Clerk, there was one person that signed up to speak, and it was Frances Harrison, but she's not here. Can I get a motion to close the public
And I
portion?
move to close.
Motion to
Second.
close by Council Vice President Davila, second by Councilman Kalik and Councilman Omar. Motion to close the public portion of our special meeting. Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Alford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, I want to send out my condolences to my dear friend, Ms. Julia Richardson. Her husband passed. She's a member with me with National Council of Negro Women. Also, she's a member with me of Passaic County African American Women. So I just want you in the community to keep her in prayer. Also, one of my dear constituents in my ward, Benita Gonzalez, her family laid her to rest today. She was very, very involved in her community. She lived on Putman Street. People came to her, and I want to say to the family, you have my deepest condolences. I just want to say also to those watching, thank you for watching our council meetings. Like I always say, I'm only a phone call away if you need to call for any information. Like I said, I write information down. I also would like to say to, they talked about the YW on Carroll Street. It was postponed, well, adjourned, or whatever you want to call it, until next week. Not next week, I believe next week, to see for another date. So I'll probably know more next week when we have our meeting on next Tuesday. To you in the community, we talked about the special 2 police officers. Please encourage our young people to go into the public safety field, whether it's police, fire, or EMT. The opportunities are great out there for them. So if you can, for all of those out there, I wish you well. God bless you all. Have a good night. I just returned back from my uncle who passed away. He was 83 in Florence, South Carolina. So I look at life is, you have to make the best of it. We have to help each other as much as we can and do what we can for each other. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. That was
Thank
good,
you.
Madam Clerk. Oh, my goodness.
Vice President Davila.
So I also will begin by once again, giving condolences to Public Safety Director Spezial on losing his mother. In addition, we have lost somebody great in our county, Miss Lisa McDowell. My condolences to your children and to your entire family, as she did pass away earlier today. And also, I understand that we are just closing the public portion, and then we'll have to close the special, correct? Okay, so at that time, I will be voting yes to close the public portion.
Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Khalik?
Yes.
Councilman Omar? Yes. Councilman Velez?
Once again, I join my colleagues. Today I was with the family of Benita Gonzalez. Yes. It's tough. It's tough. I was saying, my condolences to the family and to the family of and my director, Jerry Spezial, for the loss of the mother. Let me say this: mother's only one. Mother's only one, and it's a love that you cannot replace, just like that. There's no love that replaces the love of a mother. So my deepest condolences to Jerry and to the family of Benita Gonzalez. To the residents, let's start looking to Paterson in a positive way. In a positive way. I think we have done a lot of improvement. There's much things to do. I have faith that the BA is going to continue working with us. The only thing I'm going to ask the mayor is to take off the handcuff of the BA. He's the BA. He knows how to manage a city. So that's my statement. I don't know. I'm not saying that he has a handcuff, but just in case, and to the state attorney general, please take off the handcuff of our police officers. They need to do their job. We need that funding, but at the same time, they are there to apply the law and ordinance that we have in the city of Paterson. The rest, I love all my colleagues, including Michael Jackson. So my vote is yes to close this thing.
President Mims?
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Public portion is now closed.
Can I get a motion to close the special meeting of August 11, 2026? Moved by Council Vice President Davila, second by Councilman Khalik and Omar. Roll call to close the special meeting of August 11, 2026.
Councilwoman Alford?
Good night, Paterson, yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say good night to you all. God bless you. Have a safe week coming up. Blessing and love to you all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Vice President Davila?
My vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Khalik?
Yes.
Councilman Omar?
Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Just in case, I want to invite the community this Saturday, the 22nd of August, we're going to have the Puerto Rican flag raising. So if you have any kind of relation with a Puerto Rican Dominican, Puerto Rican Peruvian, Puerto Rican Chinese, Puerto Rican Afro-American, Puerto Rican Arabic, come with your flag and the Puerto Rican, and we're going to celebrate too. Here at 11 o'clock on City Hall. And also we have a Puerto Rican Carnival Festival, 21, 22, and 23 at Pennington Park. So Que viva Puerto Rico. And let's keep Colombia in our prayers, please. My vote is yes. And I love Amen too.
President Mims.
So I just want to say to all of the sponsors, I had an opportunity to go to all 6 wards for National Night Out. Congratulations for a night of peace and strength and unity. It was absolutely amazing. To all of our parents, as you're preparing your students to go back and return to school, our next meeting will be in September. I want to wish them a very, very successful school year as we're planning. I've been already looking into the security guards, making sure that we're amped up and ready for the school year. We've done a really good job with that, so I want to commend Officer Maza and the great work that he does every year. Maza, I've been friends with him a long time. He knows who I'm talking about. But in closing, I want to say condolences to Councilwoman Cotton, Director Jerry, Councilman Omar, and so many others who have lost loved ones in our community, to the family of Lisa McDowell Hill. So many people have passed away, so to continue to call, we'll miss. So to everyone that is grieving a loved one, and we need to do something about these fruit flies in the building. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The special meeting of August 11th is now closed. The next meeting of the council is August 18th. Good night, Paterson.
Good night, Patterson.
At 7 p.m.